Hello! How's everybody doing out there? We are Fables and Flumps, continuing our D&D 5th Edition Homebrew podcast. It's not really a podcast, it's just a stream. I don't know why I said podcast. I've been listening to way too many D&D podcasts recently.
You could get a podcast, but it requires us to have a platform.
I mean, we'll have a platform eventually. You know, we're all hilarious, so.
Technically, what is a podcast, just with pictures?
This is true. I do have a picture podcast. Welcome to our picture podcast.
Podcast.
Also known as a stream or a strem if you're a weirdo.
This has gone off the rails immediately.
Fine, I'm just speaking. I'm trying to get into a mood of being able to tell a tale. So I've just been playing Elden Ring, so I've been quietly contemplating how to destroy enemies. So haven't had much thought. Brain empty. Fingers going.
Thought bad.
Yeah. But I'm just gonna roll into it and continue where we left off. The crew found themselves having a fair bit of downtime, a couple of days, here in Jehesta. They managed to do a little bit of shopping, a little bit of exploring, finding out information about an egg that they have in their possession.
Egg.
And just overall enjoying a bit of rest and relaxation that they deserved. On their final day here, they were invited out by let's just call him Uncle Herschel.
Uncle Herschel.
Yeah, invited them to a speakeasy bar that had some weird, wondrous, and magical concoctions and tinctures and drinks for all kinds available, and he surprised them with a few weird things. The party indulged, had their fill of what they wanted to, and headed home for the night, headed back to their tavern, headed back to what is it, or just Towering Halberd.
Oh, am I not conversing with the thing in the middle of the bar?
I mean, that's up to you.
I figured that was where we left off, right?
Well, I hadn't gotten there yet.
Okay. Oh, is this the other drinks we had? No, this is.
No, this is you all.
I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah, you all sat down and had some drinks, and
yeah.
That's, I guess where we're going to continue off, because I guess Rose wants to do this now. So.
Well, I mean, I don't. What do you want to do?
I mean, that's up to you.
What do you want to do?
Rose, I am the dungeon master. It is what you want to do.
I don't think that's true. The dungeon master creates the story.
You're correct. I was just going to roll on, and I had forgotten that that was going to be a conversation. So.
Oh.
So what do you? What's up?
Fuck.
Off to a great start.
This is what I've been thinking about all week, and it's like I forgot. I'm like, good. Neat.
You have to remind me if we leave off and you want to continue a conversation, because I go, okay, we're done with that conversation.
Yep. Jesus fuck. Okay.
If
we do it in an in room at home, so everybody can do their own things, and Betty doesn't talk to the fucking wall like a weirdo, and nobody has to think about her being like, cuckoo.
That's what I figured you were going to do, so I didn't.
Okay. Yeah.
But you have access to this ability. Just keep that in mind.
Not big.
Uncle Herschel bows out before y'all. He's not a young man anymore, and he admits defeat long before the wizard has decided to have her fill. But yeah, you'll have a bit of a bar credit, as it were, to keep drinking. But from the notes I have taken, Betty and Saywin were pretty modest in their carousing. Hessel stayed straight edge throughout the night, keeping an eye and an ear out for anything suspicious, and well, Willow enjoyed herself.
While we're at the bar, Betty's gonna call a sidebar to everyone who's not Willow. All right. She's drunk. Ask her things now. You got questions? We got questions. Ask her. It's time.
What questions?
I mean, she's.
Haven't
not
we
have any
asked pretty
questions
much
for her?
everything?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but Betty herself would also be pretty drunk. Not like blasted, but she'd be, you know. I mean, I think. Listen, she's so secretive, though, right? There's gotta be something. Gotta be something. Then when you ask something that pissed
Maybe.
her off,
I mean, I really figured out how to get her name.
ask more things like that.
I mean, we already know what she's going to answer for where she comes from.
I mean,
Don't know what else we would really be wanting to ask of her. From her.
Betty kind of just space out.
Just play amongst yourselves.
He's continuing to space out at the bar.
Objective failed. We'll get him next time.
Well,
yeah, it's I guess Betty was the only one wanting to try to pry secrets from
I just don't know what secrets to
the little whispering Willow.
But you know what? She's drunk. Betty's gonna try something.
Okay.
Oh boy.
All right, Willow.
Uh
How you doing?
huh.
All right. What's something you don't want anybody to know? I keep it a secret, I promise.
I mean, I don't have that many have that many secrets.
I mean, it's gotta be something, right? Stuffed toy? Did you sleep with it too long? I don't know.
No.
Anything weird in childhood? Do anything embarrassing?
I mean, just everybody.
What'd you do?
Okay. So there was this one time my my older brother took me to the woods and we got separated
All right.
and I got chased by some horrible monster and I was rescued but not by my older brother and when he found me He told me not to tell anybody because my mother would kill him.
All right. Well, I promise not to tell your mom.
It doesn't matter. They're all dead anyways.
Oh! And he kind of look horrified.
Well, that got dark
It's
quick.
been so long. There's no way.
Betty's just gonna order another drink for Willow.
For Willow?
Yeah.
You monster.
She doesn't know how else to respond to this situation.
Other than more alcohol.
Yeah.
Alright,
Rip.
while I find I'm gonna find the table real fast.
Oh boy.
Roll me a D100 while I find this table.
Alright. I didn't even think about that. Fuck.
A 2.
A 2! Oh no!
A a shaken drink is made for you that it pours a little thicker than just like a liqueur, but it's white and has this wispy smoke that rolls off the top and down, and it sort of turns like a translucent blue as it touches the table and fades away.
Alright.
Willow would literally spend like a solid minute just staring at the smoke before trying this drink.
It cascades down gently and seems to have no end. The edges of the glass actually begin to frost as you watch the condensation sort of freeze and crystallize into ice after a minute.
Alright, bottoms up.
As she's distracted, Betty's just gonna leave from this awkward conversation.
Betty's.
The taste is
like,
surprising.
yeah.
It's sweet. It tastes like it's surprisingly tastes like a berry medley sort of drink, but with like a mint finish.
That sounds actually like it would be good in real life.
Yeah. Yeah. As you exhale after taking a substantial drink from this tall glass, that same fog sort of rolls out of your mouth, and it's cold all the way down, but it's refreshing. It seems more like a summer drink than something as you all head into fall. So.
As Will just kind of sits there and looks around at all of y'all, y'all probably see that her eyes are slowly like kind of shift with each blink from the amber that they are to the icy blue that they've been occasionally to dark crimson to bright fuchsia and back again.
Alright.
But yeah,
Yep, that's probably normal.
you know, from your experiences with Willow, that's pretty normal.
Yeah.
Not out there. So, but the tab is already resolved. So whenever you wish, you can just head on out. It's up to y'all.
And Betty's not gonna drink too much because it's a work night, but she's gonna drink enough to,
Yeah.
feel it.
No. Oh, you feel it. All these drinks are
Okay.
These drinks are not watered down.
Excellent.
They are full of flavor. But you all eventually find your way out of the speakeasy under the brewery and find yourself back onto the streets of Underside.
How capable is Willow of walking? Am I gonna have to carry Willow back to the halberd?
Willow, make me a
Yeah.
Constitution saving throw.
Oh
See
boy.
how deep into the effects of drunkenness you are.
That's a 7.
She can walk, it's just not very fast.
It's just not straight.
Or in a straight line.
All right. Well, guess I'm making sure you're getting home safe.
I don't need a babysitter.
All right. Is there like a straight line somewhere?
Yeah, the sidewalks are pretty straight.
Actually, did Betty bring Crest?
Yeah, but Crest is just waiting
there's
outside.
Crest.
Yeah. I mean, we could just put her on the bird.
That'll work.
As you approach Crest, Crest is looking off into the distance and doesn't seem to be paying you much mind.
Crest?
Sort of bobs his head in the direction he is. Those men over there being weird.
Which men?
Make a perception check.
This is why we bring birds places.
This is why we bring birds.
15.
15. While it is probably closing in on midnight by this point, by the time you all leave, there are still, a fair amount of people in the streets. However, as you look down, you see 4 men in cloaks sort of peeking around a corner every couple seconds and looking, and then they eventually move off down and away northward.
Interesting.
It's pretty cringe, man. You should stop perceiving things.
What?
Yeah.
Just feel it. Don't perceive.
Don't breathe.
What is it? Judging versus feeling, or whatever it is for that Ian.
I don't know.
That one personality test that gives you like the 4 letters.
Oh, the Myers-Briggs.
Yeah, Myers-Briggs.
I honestly, like, sometimes Tweak just opens his mouth and gold falls out. Like, what does that even mean?
But he's gonna look at Willow, and then she's gonna look at the group and be like, "All right, do we want to deal with that, or do we want to get her home?"
I would be fine. Just let's go.
What'd you
Let's
ask me?
go.
What do you mean? She'd bend down and repeat what she saw.
Willow, could you take a note for me?
Oh no.
Yes.
Because you have failed your Constitution save so miraculously, your movement speed is halved,
Fuck.
and you have disadvantage on all dexterity and wisdom checks for the time being.
Alrighties. All right.
Oh,
You said
boy.
they took off? They're not
Yeah.
tailing
wouldn't-
us anymore?
Yeah, I mean, I
They
don't think were
weren't
looking at
peeking
us.
around the corner towards you. They were peeking around the corner up northward.
I mean,
They didn't
it
seem
looks
to-
like what they were doing was pretty shady, but they definitely didn't want people looking, which obviously made Crest look.
Are we next to a bench or something?
Yeah, there's a couple benches nearby.
Alright, take a seat for a moment. I'm gonna turn invisible and tail.
All right.
If I don't find anything in 10 minutes, I'll come back.
Alrighty. Make a stealth check with advantage.
25.
Alright. Stealth. And you begin following them northward. You get onto the main street which is the way that they walked up from where you can see, and you don't see them anymore, but you do notice that this is a straight shot towards the docks.
So, like, it's a stretch of empty road, or there's still buildings around?
There are still buildings, but you don't see where they went. At the moment, you can make a perception check to see spot them.
Can I instead investigate for some footprints?
Sure, it'll be a higher DC, but sure.
Well, it's probably better regardless, so I'm gonna do that.
$14. Okay. I mean, there's some like movement from what looks like maybe like cloaks on the sidewalk, on the dust on the sidewalk, but not really any particular direction from that investigation check. But yeah, it just looks like this main street has a bunch of side streets and alleyways and things on it, but it's definitely a straight shot towards the docks. You're not sure if they hopped into a side alley or something, but
Well,
they
I'll just
headed
keep
this
on.
direction.
I'll head towards the docks, and if I don't find anything, that'll be that.
Okay. You continue heading downward, up the hill, then down towards the docks, and you do see them again right as you're about to get to the docks. They're doing the same scenario where two step out and look around the corner and then step back in a couple times, and then they begin to walk off towards the docks themselves, hanging a right once they break the main road.
Why am I following these people? I guess it's just curiosity. I'll follow.
Wow.
I'll at least see where they're going, specifically.
By the
I
time
guess if they like bomb something, maybe I can tip someone off and get a reward. Who knows?
by the time they get to the corner, the four light brown cloaked figures are heading up to a very familiar green boat.
Oh, you know what? I forgot this was here.
Yeah, they walk up, and the last one pulls up the gangplank, and they walk aboard.
Do they look like they're preparing to sail out, or are they just like removing easy access for now?
You're not certain. They seem to go below decks pretty quickly.
Do I get the others, or do I go? If they're trying to leave, it might be too late. How long has it been, actually? How long have I followed them?
Oh,
How
about
far
3
was it?
minutes. It's not a far distance from the speakeasy. So
I'm pretty fast.
I would
I'll run back
Mad
first.
the player would caution you against inviting Willow.
I mean,
run back
Crest can
first.
babysit
Okay.
you. That's kind of what the plan is
Yeah,
right now.
you full on running while stealth, or are you breaking stealth but staying invisible to run back?
I so long as I'm out of eye shot of the boat, I don't mind breaking stealth.
Okay, so yeah, you can get back within like 45 seconds to a minute from where you were. It's not a far run. It's just you were taking it
Alright.
slow and moving pretty deliberately that in their direction.
I'll get back to the others. I'm sure they'll hear my footsteps
Yeah.
approaching.
Yeah, you will feel a gust of a small gust of wind as Essel stops before you guys and invisible.
All right, did you find anything?
Yes, and this might be information that won't mean anything in the morning if they leave. So I'm gonna be hopping on a boat real quick. If you guys don't mind counting to 30 and then following me, that would be appreciated.
Sounds good. All right.
Oh boy.
Um,
What are we getting
don't
into
run or
this time?
anything. Just
No.
walk.
Do you think flying would be a bad idea? Yes, no, maybe.
What was that?
Did you think flying would be a bad idea?
Oh, if you want to be stealthy and quiet like, probably.
I don't think I could stealthily go from rooftop to rooftop. It's nighttime, right?
It is, yeah, it is nighttime.
Because he's not as bright.
But
I
just
mean,
count to
you
30
can
and then
move. Yeah,
approach like at like slow speeds until you can see. I described the boat,
yeah. And
and then
as he
I
describes
guess
the boat, you all have some more clear memory of the green boat that was at Malehurst.
Oh
as soon
shit,
as you could
okay.
see that boat, just kind of like take a moment and watch because maybe this is nothing,
All right.
but maybe it's something.
All right.
Just make sure you're close enough to intervene in case I like scream and get stabbed or something.
Sounds good. All right.
All right.
Betty's gonna tell Crest to transport Willow, and she's gonna try and stealth on the rooftops if she can,
Yeah,
so she can get a
yeah,
good
you
look
can
of
you
what's
can
going on.
move pretty easily between rooftops, just getting up to the roof. That's like, but if you do that here,
Yeah,
not
I'll do
wrong
that
at all.
here, and then I'll go to the roof. Yeah.
But all right,
Yeah.
and then I try and return, stealthing once I get close to the boat again.
Okay. Make me make me still check with advantage. You're gonna stop after a while. You see a few people turn in your direction as you whoosh past, but they don't seem to mind very much.
23.
And Betty, make me a stealth check as well.
Oh, I have such bad stealth. Let's go. 15.
15. Okay. You you get to the main road that Hassel points out to you all. Crest and say when you're still on the ground, but Betty flies up and lands on the roofs, and because of the style of roofing, it's pretty easy to just make small hops from one building to the other without having to pull your full wings out. So
I'll just
So-
try and get like an aerial view of the ship.
you get up to the corner where you can see it. You head to the right, as looking for the green ship, and in the moonlight, it seems to be the only one that's fairly colored at all, other than a gold and blue ship. It's right nearby.
All right.
And then, yeah, Saywin and then Crest. Willow, will you allow Crest to carry you?
Yes,
Okay.
but the entire time I will be like have a hand like embedded in the feathers on Crest's neck and just be moving up and down, up and down.
Crest every now and then like leans back and like pecks at your knee as you do. Just like a little
Stop it. Stop it.
little nips every now and then when you like do it a little bit too hard. But Saywin and Crest begin to make their way forward. Castle. You make it down the street, down the dock to the outside of the boat. One of the robed figures is standing on the top of the deck, sort of doing some rounds. Looks like out on watch, but you don't see the other three.
All right. I'm gonna like approach like close as I can between like the water and the boat without
Okay.
like trying to jump across yet, and I want to try to like see their face.
Okay. You
See if maybe I would have recognized them if they were in Blackwater for a period of time. Who knows?
you get a close look, and because of the angle of how their hood is pulled over, all you can see is like to the base of their nose, because everything else is shaded. But you can see like a very well manicured goatee and a sharp jawline of looks like a human male, but other than that, tanned skin, but no other features are currently showing at the moment.
Just to check, tattoos burning at all?
No,
Okay.
all quiet on that front.
All right. I'm gonna. Well, if they had a gangplank, I assume they're fairly close. So I'm gonna try to do a little hop to the ship and land Spider-Man style on the side of it.
Okay. Make me either an athletics or acrobatics check. It's not a hard jump. It's just if you want to land quietly and flat.
25.
You from a from a like kneeled position, you kick off of the other side of the dock, one of the poles. Silently do a handspring off of the other pole across the way and stick to the side and use your momentum to catch your weight and disperse it without making any noise.
All right. I'm a pro at this. No problem. I'm gonna try and sneak my way around this guy and go below deck.
Yeah.
Though first, I'm just gonna. I mean, I probably won't hear anything. I'm not that perceptive, but I'm gonna take a good listen
Okay.
to see if I hear like the others maybe speaking or something.
From here on the actual ship, you do. You hear them speaking from downstairs. It's up to you if you want to go downstairs. There's sort of a one of those cross beam weighted doors that they will usually take off with like a crane or with teamwork to like actually load things onto the ship. There's one of those in the center or there's actually like a what is it called? Like one of those storm door cellars with the two doors.
A bulkhead?
Yeah, sort of like a bulkhead. Just like two double doors that are slanted at like a 30-degree angle that head into the ship. You'll have to open up one or two of the doors, or simply try to listen from a farther distance. It's up to you.
Is there like a convenient porthole that I can look for since I can crawl along the outside of the ship?
I think. Yeah, there would be cannon holes. They're currently closed at the moment, but I mean, you're just sitting on the side of the boat. It'd be pretty easy to just open one up and
Yeah, I'm gonna try to find the one closest to the voice and try to listen through it.
make a perception check.
17.
17. Not bad. Yeah, you go to the second forward most of the middle one from the front, and gently lift the cover. Begin to listen. You hear three voices. Two that sound fairly humanoid. They're very basic, common. So you don't know exactly what their race is from their voices. Sound leaning more human, but could be half elf. But also could be like Genasi. They seem to have pretty similar voices to humans. But the third voice is mechanical in nature.
All right.
You hear the three in the middle of a conversation, so you don't catch the beginning of it. The third one, the mechanical voice, sort of quiets the other two. Relax, relax. Have to be patient. This sort of thing is something that takes years to come to fruition. It's taken a lot of planning, I'm sure. I'm sure the higher ups know exactly what they're doing. We have been sitting here for quite some time, but I'm certain that it was all part of the plan. Hoping that get the box the correct owner. And the other voice, oh. You, Ironforged, are so patient, it's disgusting. I'm tired of waiting. We've clearly been left to rot. I say we just sail back to headquarters and figure out the next plan from there. There's no way they've been making us wait 2 months here. I'm sorry, it would be 2 weeks. 2 weeks here. We arrived at our location, didn't get the information, no one ever contacted us. And we're supposed to just wait here until they do? We're clearly one of the decoy boats. Ironforge's voice speaks up again. You must have faith. Just 3 more days. If you give us 3 more days, I will personally contact. Still have, our box in the underhold. I'm sure the big, large, mean Warforged under there will still want to beat us to a pulp if we go in there. I'm sure they don't know it's not real either. It's fine. Just give it some time. The third voice chimes in. Well, I hope you're right. You haven't even gotten paid for the first bit. I don't do this for free. They sort of continue to argue with each other.
Okay. I'm going to try and get to a spot to hop back to the dock.
Okay. Easier said than done. But you climb along the edge and can just make a hop the other side without much issue. Just roll me another acrobatics check to see if you can land without crushing any crates or anything. Okay, you stumble a little bit, but it's not enough to. The guard at the top sort of looks over a little bit, but doesn't see anything. Continues.
Okay. I go towards where the other should be.
Yeah, you don't see Betty, but you do see Crest with Willow on the back of him and Saywin walking, just getting to the corner, basically.
All right, I'm here.
Well,
So, as I understand it, these are definitely people working with the same people that were responsible for putting into the motion the boat that you and I were on, Saywin.
okay.
They've also come to understand that they're likely a decoy, though they didn't know for sure, and are currently awaiting orders, but they've heard nothing back.
Interesting.
Now, they did mention that they would wait 3 more days before trying to get in contact with whoever they need to get into contact with. And if I recall correctly, aren't we going to try to leave in the morning?
Is that when the caravan leaves?
I'm trying to remember. I think so.
Yes, that would be.
I think that was the plan.
Yeah.
So, if we want something, if we want information from these guys, I think we get it now. And that doesn't mean it necessarily has to be a fight, but people should be ready for one. Where's Betty?
Willow just points up.
I look at the sky.
Yeah. You see the underside of the city and up the building, but you don't see Betty at the moment.
That doesn't help.
Betty stealth. This is Betty unstealth. She can hear her friends
But-
talking about or below her.
Can Betty hear?
Yeah. You're
Okay,
like
Betty,
on
come
the
down,
building. Yeah.
If Betty can hear, Betty come down.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm gonna make a recommendation that we try to not get into a fight because, to be honest, I'm not sure these people know that much. But maybe if I drop the invisibility and we approach openly, maybe we can talk them into at least telling us who they work for. Maybe they'll be loyal enough that they'll attack us for knowing that we acquired or at least know what they're doing. But it seems like at least a few of them were very much more interested in the gold than anything, and they have not been paid yet.
Hmm.
I mean, if that's the approach you want to go, I'm not gonna say no.
The alternative is that we try to force it out of them, and if that's going to happen, I'm probably going to try to slit the guy's throat over there, and I point toward the boat.
I really think that's a bad idea, particularly with Willow being this way.
Sort of my line of thought too.
All right, well, let's try talking, and if that doesn't work, we'll try smacking them.
Talking doesn't work, we should probably just leave, and yeah, we'll lose this thread, but there should be more.
I mean,
I
my
do
issue is
agree
if
with
they-
that. I don't think this really should come to a fight because at the end of the day, I don't think these guys will know that much. If nothing else, I'm just trying to get a name.
I just don't want them telling anything back to whatever they're working for. But at the same time, who knows if they will? Honestly.
Maybe some gold can keep some people quiet, but we'll see how the conversation goes.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna properly drop my invisibility.
Okay.
Oh, there you are.
All right, we'll try not to look terribly drunk and keep quiet for a moment. Try to look imposing on the back of that bird thing.
I God.
We're going to just approach.
Yep.
Imposing. And I'm gonna make make shocking grasp appear very briefly. So it goes bzz, bzz, bzz.
It's good enough, I guess.
Willow
All right,
tries her
let's-
best to sit upright on the bird.
Let's get walking.
Yep.
Open approach.
You approach. You all find yourselves, fairly easy approach. There's not much traffic on the docks this late at night. Pretty much every window has their lights out and on the dock side. Doesn't seem to be much or any movement at all other than the person on the boat, whom, as you approach, they stand over by the where the gangplank enters the boat, and which of y'all speaks Elven?
Me.
Oh no.
I think that's it. Just Willow.
Yep. Oh no.
Oh dear.
You, yeah, they begin to speak out at you in Elven, which only at the moment Willow understands to mean, and they speak in like a lighter, airy, more of a noble demeanor. They simply say, "Please vacate the premises. This boat is on Ardness Dominion business. Please vacate and leave immediately."
In Elven, I'll just reply. Fuck, oh my God. I will say. Oh, come on. We're just curious. Besides, we're here on orders.
Make a deception check if you're here on orders.
Oh my god.
Deception's charisma, so you don't have disadvantage, so that's good.
I don't have disadvantage. I do have a +1 though. 8.
8.
Oh.
It wasn't gonna be good.
I know, but I was hoping for.
The guy
I was hoping for a miracle too.
sort of looks around left, right, and taps his heel 3 times on the deck of the ship. Be that as it may, and it's still in Elvish. Be that as it may, your orders do not pertain to us. Please vacate as quickly as you can, and there'll be no problems.
Oh, no, come on. talk to him, and she'll motion to Hessel. He doesn't speak the proper language.
The
Wow. Okay.
you don't know what she said.
You do not know what I said.
You're not offended. The voice switches to sort of an ethereal, airy, common, not fitting the description of what you could see of the face before. Sort of a androgynous voice comes out. We're sorry to inconvenience you, but this dock is private and owned by the Artemis Dominion. Please vacate post haste, and we will not have any issues. And you see they sort of draw the cloak back a little bit. These two elven scimitars on their waist.
You know, if you want to talk about issues, that's quite the statement to make. I could point to every way in which this ship is a counterfeit, including that vault downstairs. So why don't we actually have a conversation?
You see the shoulders sort of like tense up, and you hear the tap again of the three tap 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 of
Tap a little
He's
harder. I
signaling.
don't know that they heard you the first time.
make an intimidation check.
Oh my god. Please, please, please,
Now,
please.
I want to check something. It does work. All right, we'll see if I need it.
Oh boy.
Intimidation. 22. All right. I will not add the thing I can add to it.
You whether intentionally or not, you feel your hairs flick up a little bit with a pulse of energy as you stare this man down. We have some interested folks here, Captain. I think they know who we are. You hear the robotic voice. Oh my god, you fucking idiot.
Well,
Heavy footsteps come up. And sort of grabs at the back of his neck. He goes, if they know who we are, they're not friends, dumbass. He looks over at you. This long, great sword on his back.
What a well-oiled machine.
The cloak is covering most of the face, but you can see that mannequin-like gleaming silver skin under the moonlight. How do you know? How do you know about the vault?
Just because we're not friends doesn't mean we have to be enemies. How do I know about the vault? Well, allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Hessel, and I am the brand new owner of a very nice box.
You watch as he grabs his face. He pulls back the hood, and you see this. It's very strange because you'll have not seen very many iron forged in your time, but you see this sort of plain featured, but like still like averagely handsome. It's like someone chose a median human, like to model the face after.
Yeah.
and sort of this like metallic coiffed hair on top, like just like a metal toupee that just doesn't move.
Hmm.
And they look down at you. So, and he looks around and he rolls his shoulders a little bit. That means that the correct boat was found, and you're not the correct owner.
Well, it means a lot seems to have gone wrong with this plan of yours. And to be honest, even this was an accidental encounter. But, well,
You see the eyes begin to narrow at you. Oh, fuck. It's that Blackwater kid.
young man, but I mean, however you want to say it, doesn't really matter.
Seems
Point
to
is-
have recognized you.
Point is that I think I'm very interested in who you were all claiming to work for. I did overhear that you had a means to contact them, so you definitely know who they are. Unfortunately, the your compatriots on the correct ship are no longer with us, and no, that was not my doing. Sunk by pirates, I'm afraid.
Why do pirates always have to ruin all of our fun? It took years to get these boats ready. I saw you in Blackwater. Very sneaky kid. I'll give you that. However, at the moment, I don't think I have anything to gain from working with you. So, why don't you just run along? And you watch.
Oh, come on. There's not anything to lose, as I cast suggestion.
He's just a warforge or an ironforge.
I mean,
I
yeah,
don't think they-
I mean, they're people.
humanoid, yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, and they're not. I don't think they're immune to charm.
What is the what is the save on
On suggestion, that is a 15 wisdom saving throw.
pull up his
Oh.
stat block?
Oh please! Oh please! Oh please!
Mhm. Document Put it here. Wisdom saving throw, you said?
Uh-huh. Is it good or is it bad?
I'll let you decide. Yeah.
All right.
You see this sort of wave of lethargy pass over his robotic features, or metallic features, I should say. And he looks around. He goes, "We don't have much more to lose. You should hear him out." The other two kind of look at him. One of them's already beginning to loose sails as if to like pull the boat out. And he's, "Captain, what the fuck?" He, "Guys, just give me 10 minutes. Relax." Comes over to the edge of the boat. "All right, I'm willing to make a deal. But what are you offering?"
Well, I do recall that hearing that a lot of you have yet to be paid. And given how poorly this has all gone, maybe you won't have much of a line of work with these people moving forward. Maybe. I don't know your professional relationships, I suppose, but it's definitely an assumption one can make. In return,
Continue.
I was just gonna say, in return for answering our questions in a way that I'm happy with, I think we could definitely see that you don't walk away with nothing in your pocket.
Looks down, and you can see as he puts his foot up on the side of the boat. Willow, you can see underneath him in Elvish script the name Senate Lug.
Underneath him? What?
Yeah, like
on the
on the
boat.
side of the boat.
On the side of the boat. Senate look. Okay, got it.
I mean, we were all paid up front to get our job done. We're all mercenaries, but we all, for the most part. And you watch one of the others grabs his shoulder. And, Captain, stop! He, relax. We're all. And the other guy like forcibly puts a hand over his mouth. He's like, "We're not allowed to say that. Stop!" And he just grabs his face and pushes him, and he falls through like a bunch of boxes that shatter upon impact. He goes, "Relax. We all part of a movement, as it were. The Order of the Hidden Paths. But, I mean, we're not. Well, I'm not. These two are rather impatient. We, haven't gotten paid the second half, but we will eventually, and it'll be fine.
Order of the Hidden Path,
Yeah.
they said? I am going to assume entirely foreign.
Yeah, you've never heard of this before.
I suppose I'll ask, are a lot of you aware of what you were potentially transporting?
None of the lower members were, and he kind of looks over at the other. One of them is still untying things and unfurling the sails and or getting ready to at least. Since it's only one person, it's taken him a minute to make any useful movement.
Just wait till they have to start raising the capstan.
But you are?
I am.
And did this item serve your order's purpose? Whatever that purpose may be.
Yes. Yes, it did. Well, now it doesn't. You got your hands on it.
Kind of look at Willow. How much is there an upper limit of this, or
No, I can keep going as long as I don't fall asleep.
But he
oh,
jabs her.
Fucking concentration up to 8 hours.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
Yeah. Answer questions.
well, I suppose more than anything, there's two things I want to know. First, this order of the hidden path. I already forgot.
Yeah, Order of the Hidden
Order
Path.
of the Hidden Paths, yeah.
Order of the hidden paths. Who was meant to receive that chest? Or at least where was it meant to go? Do you know that?
It wasn't my job to know the path it was taking, but I do know who it was supposed to go to eventually. And he goes, it was supposed to go to, and you see his mouth continue to move, but this high-pitched whirring sound, just this warble, comes through the air until he finishes talking.
Kind of frown. And you don't know where this was? How it was supposed to get there?
One of us was carrying it out of the 8 ships. We were all going to continue getting orders to hop island to island until one of us found our way to the correct one getting there eventually. It's supposed to take about 2 months of just quiet sailing. I assume that the project failed very quickly, and that's why we've been stuck here.
Question. Is everybody on the ship aware of, to some degree, about this order? Or do you hire people from outside?
Everyone here is a volunteer. They're all mercenaries. They got paid to do what they need to do, and the ones that actually agree with our beliefs put on high importance missions such as this one.
And what are your beliefs exactly?
He begins to talk, but you just begin to hear this high-pitched whoop. And he talks for a while unless you stop him. He speaks for like 2 or 3 minutes. And then he looks over at you like, why do you look so confused? Pretty simple.
All right. I suppose I have just a few more questions then. Yes, unfortunately, you don't know as much as I would have liked. First, for you to have set up and set out of my port, you worked with someone. Who was it?
He he goes, well, it was, and as he says that, the man that he'd pushed down comes over and just socks the ever living shit out of him. And he goes, "Wake up! They've done something to him." Gonna make a saving throw. Attempts to roll more than a 15 on just a d20.
Mm-hmm. He might.
No.
No.
Also,
Are we alone on the dock besides these guys?
Yes.
I'm going to
also,
frown.
suggestion does not have a damage trigger.
Does it not?
No,
No, it's until task is complete.
until task is complete, and he hasn't answered
Technically, he
enough
would
questions.
need to attack Willow, but I'm gonna frown and look at the other guy, the one that just punched him,
Yeah.
and say, "Now, as I understand it, you're one of the little guys that don't know what's going on. So why don't I let you get a little glimpse of what you're actually working for?" And my bones are gonna creak and grow as I invoke my form of dread and summon my
Oh
blade
god.
and say, "Take another step forward, and you're first to drop."
I'm just gonna put us on. Just gonna put us on the map, just in case. You know.
Just in case.
Brandon's like, oh shit. Willow's fucking drunk.
And since this might come to a fight, let me at least roll my temporary hit points.
Also, man, I'm gonna be having a conversation with Janaya. I don't know if he
Yeah,
wants.
we have one of them, don't we?
Yeah. I had a feeling. I had a feeling. I wasn't able to get anything out of him, but now we have the right questions.
you you watch as oh man
11 temp HP.
you watch as the lithe kid sort of steps back and he goes, and he kind of closes his eyes. Sworn an oath, and his voice cracks. And he pulls the two scimitars out. You step on this boat, I will cut you down where you stand. And he puts the other scimitar to his captain's neck, and he goes, "You stop answering questions, damn it!"
Now, kid, you're starting to get involved in family business. If nothing else, that name is my right. I take a step forward.
He fights to not take a step back.
But he's like, I want popcorn for this shit.
This is good.
Betty would just poke Satan and be like, this is good shit.
He looks back.
Now, I respect you respecting your oath. I do. But what is your oath to?
My oath is to my order, and we're not allowed to talk to people outside of the order. If you have proof that you're with the order, I will happily allow this conversation to continue. He does take, he like shifts 1 foot back. He's clearly like terrified, but he's holding his ground at the moment.
Would I still have the information from being hired for the original ship?
Yeah, you would. I would say it's a little waterlogged and might be a little faded, but
All right, here I have this. It's not exactly membership of the order, but it was it's a contract stating that I was hired to work on similar one of these ships.
holding the paperwork. And he goes, "Arn, do it now!" And you watch as a man hops out from behind these boxes over here.
Uh-oh.
And he pulls out a reel of a scroll and begins to read, and you watch as a wall of fire cuts you off from the rest of the dock.
Whoa!
Grab my little cool animated elephant.
I'm gonna let you do this, and then I'm gonna say the thing I'm gonna say, and you might have to get rid of it. We'll see. I don't know if it's strong enough.
Stretches across from one side to the other, blocking you off.
Can I? Oh, this is a higher level spell though. Shit. I'm gonna do it anyways. Can I cast a? Can I use a second level to cast Gust of Wind to try and disperse it?
Hessel doesn't have a name.
Oh, you mean on the?
Yeah, Hessel's token is nameless.
Oh, it's there for me. Let me see if it's in the option. Does that show now?
Yeah, he's
Mm. See if there's any interactions on Wall of Fire.
I feel like the only interaction I can think of, and I don't even know that it's an actual interaction, is control water.
Okay. No, it
It's
doesn't-
also like double the spell level, so
Yeah.
probably doesn't lose to the second level.
You throw. Oh, actually, I'll say you throw the wall of. You throw the gust of wind at the wall of fire. This
Uh-oh.
magical. You know. Magical fire coming from a magical source. Doesn't seem to be dispersed in any way. However, it does light a few boxes on fire.
Oh, good. Okay.
yeah.
As you throw some fire across.
All right.
Yeah.
Shit.
And the guy goes, "Oh Jesus!" And you see him ready. His great sword on the other side here. Yeah, I'm gonna have everyone roll initiative.
God damn it.
Woo!
This guy's not giving up, and you actively said you're not part of the order. You may have worked on the boat, but I mean, there was a lot of people that worked on the boat that weren't part of the order. So,
Whoa.
Here I was thinking I would help the situation.
Oh well.
I mean, it was a good try, but you didn't know, and I mean, that's.
I mean, I pretty much just. I think I've set the dock on fire, so you know that's.
Oh yeah,
something.
no, the dock is on fire.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm already wanted for so much money. Who cares?
Now to load in all of the different turn orders.
You know,
Those-
that makes sense. That really does make sense.
Man, are we gonna get arrested again for setting the docks on fire?
We didn't set
We
the dock on
didn't.
fire.
We did not set the docks on
And
fire.
Brandon has shown that Zone of Truth is definitely used in a court of law.
Yep.
Yep. I certainly hope that Zone of Truth rather than Dragon Eats Us is used here.
I mean, do you think the dragon is really gonna come down from the perch to deal with?
I
No,
mean, this
but I
is-
feel like if we get arrested,
the biggest problem is this is a government dock.
Yeah,
For a
we've
specific
technically caused an
country?
international incident.
But it's also a government dock with a counterfeit ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. We have several methods of defense here. I mean, from a legal standpoint.
Also, I mean,
From an
we
act,
can just leave.
we can just
Dude.
That's
leave.
not gonna
Well,
happen.
sort
I
of.
definitely have to put this kid in his place.
Well, I mean, we can leave after we kill them.
I wish I could. I wish I
No,
could
I
help.
like the kid. I'm not gonna. Well,
We
I'm not
we
gonna
can
kill the
leave
kid.
after they are neutralized. How about that?
No, I don't. All right.
Non-lethal only. Got it.
No,
I
I have
mean,
a
I'm
very
not gonna-
specific plan to not kill that one kid because I like him. Everyone else, I will kill. I don't care.
I really want to kill the robot.
Can you really
Also,
kill
why
a
is it always gotta be
robot?
fucking nighttime?
What?
Because
Why is
it's
it always
nighttime.
gotta be fucking nighttime? Does the fire give any light off?
The fire does give light off, and the full moon does. So.
Oh, thank God! Can I see?
You can see.
Yay!
Well, it's not full moon, but it's both moons are halfway out, so enough light.
It equals.
So, I mean, you should be able to see on this map, can you not?
It's dull.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean
'cause dim
it's
light.
it's dim light, yeah.
Okay,
So, but you can still see.
If you couldn't see, it would be complete darkness.
that's true.
Okay, I 1 second.
Is this the way that you thought this session was gonna go, Brandon?
I think so.
I didn't. Honestly, I was not sure if y'all would follow or not, or whatever.
Yeah.
So
I wasn't going to until Betty was like, "So what's that?" I was like, "Oh, okay." I thought that was just. Really, I was just thinking of it as like a set piece, like people are doing stuff.
Yeah.
Then Betty's like, "I want to know what that is." I was like, "You know what? I guess I do too."
And then it turned out to not
And
really
now we
be a
got a
set piece.
problem.
And now we have a problem.
I mean, isn't that the D&D way?
Oh yeah.
Just run around and find problems.
Fuck around and find out.
You find problems and then you fix them.
With
How you
fire.
fix them is entirely up to the party's decision.
Listen, we tried to be diplomatic. It didn't work.
We tried to be diplomatic, and then we tried to be diplomatic by way of magic, and then
We tried to be
Things got-
diplomatic by way of force. And now we're just being forceful.
To be fair, they started the violence.
they did start the violence. We can honestly say that we did not start the violence.
I would have
And
to
we
say
did not
just
start the
threatened it.
fire.
I would
just
have to say,
threatened it.
technically, if we're in a big overhaul, Betty's people started the violence.
Yeah, but we're not going to go that far, are we?
We're looking at
Betty
this from-
certainly would not go mentally that far.
No, she wouldn't. Betty thinks
Yeah.
like... Yeah, Betty would not extrapolate to that point.
We didn't start fire. It was always meant to was
I'm
pretending.
bringing Pancake over, so do not panic.
Betty's a difficult character to play, because I'm like, oh fuck, she's really short-sighted. Damn it.
Well, then just play her as really short-sighted.
Well, I mean, I do to an extent, but then Rose overthinks things.
You consider
Yeah.
getting glasses.
Nah.
How would glasses on an Eric Coker work?
The same way as
special
T-Rex
Aaron
arms
Coker
on a chicken.
Yeah.
Glue.
Wait.
Glue!
Oh
Alrighty.
August has an entire case of sovereign glue he never used. So.
That's true.
This is true.
Well, you know what? If we find August and he's willing to donate it, then, you know.
I'm pretty sure he also has a love potion that he bought specifically because he was afraid that other people would use
Oh yeah, I
it.
didn't want anyone else using it, so I bought it.
That's the best way to ensure that people don't use something is you have
Yeah.
it.
And by people, he means the rest of the party because
Yeah.
he was like,
Oh yeah, that's what I mean.
one of these girls is gonna try it, and is like, nope, none of us thought of this. None of us were gonna do it.
Alright. Starting off initiative, we have a rare one, Saywin.
Oh my god, the cleric goes first.
That's not necessarily good.
It's not necessarily good, but it is something.
In fact, I'd argue, as experience with playing a cleric, it's often not good.
Does Crest get initiative?
Crest
Oh, yeah,
goes on
Crest.
Betty's. So,
Oh.
Crest
so
has spells, too.
she can hand over the reins if she wishes to. Let me pull it.
Ooh.
Yeah, if Willow wants to control Crest, by all means.
Yeah, sure. I'll allow Crest to help me maneuver into better positions.
Yeah.
Do you have Crest's...
I'll do his attacks though.
Yeah, you should do that.
Do you have Crest's health and AC? I think his AC is like 13.
His AC's 13, and his health is. I can roll for it because I didn't when he regened.
Yeah. Please roll low. It's funny that way.
Average is 26, so. Oh!
20.
All right.
Let's see.
He also has a +1 to strength. So his strength isn't a +0, it's a +1. now.
Okay. For now, let us group these two. There we go.
Oh man, that is.
How to solve movement problems? Just put them on a bird.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Willow, you should.
Good God, that's far.
I'm gonna give you control as well.
Yeah.
What
What has happened?
I don't know. You were.
What has happened?
I was trying to adjust it. And you moved your character, and it went flying.
Where did I go? Help me.
I have to unpin
Oh,
you.
I'm all the way
stop,
over.
Stop! I have to
Damn
unpin
it.
you. I was trying to give you control, but you kept moving it, so it wouldn't let me. No. Ungroup. Go. Now let me fix you.
Thank you.
I twine, alright?
I twine.
I did there, pussycat.
By the DM and Betty and Willow for this one. If you now, I'm gonna put you back on top. Now, hang on.
Also, I sent you his stat block.
Okay,
Or trying
now,
to.
Thank you.
Group. There we go. Now you should be able to move them as one unit.
Excellent.
I can move. Oh wait.
God damn it! Stop it!
I wasn't. That wasn't
No,
me
I
that
tried
time.
to move Crest.
I know. Okay, I'll take away the. God damn it! All right, I'm unpinning them, so you guys can't.
The world is broken.
All right, you have to move both of them now. Fuck you.
It's okay. Fine. It's okay. Okay.
All right, what is
is
Saywin doing?
okay.
I'm going to cast Sleet Storm.
Oh boy.
Casting Sleet Storm.
Centered on the center of the ship,
Oh boy!
Right
All
over
right.
Oh,
and
dear.
it creates a 40-foot radius cylinder,
Oh boy!
and everything that is in the cylinder has to make a dexterity saving throw with a DC 14, or they are knocked prone.
Oh yeah, Betty's
Is it
aura.
40-foot radius or 40-foot diameter?
Radius.
That's a fucking chunky boy.
Also, Betty's aura gives everyone a +4.
That's like
Yep.
Yay! A plus
So, like,
4
all
to
saving throws.
So-
all saving throws. Yay!
Oh, that was almost perfect.
Yep. And it's centered on
Uh, Yep. Jesus. All right. Centered on the center of the ship.
Yep. And so,
That's what I can. Them.
and it goes 20 feet up. And the area is heavily obscured, and exposed flames in the area are doused. The ground is covered with slick ice, making it difficult terrain. And yeah, if they start their turn or enter the area, they have to make a dexterity saving throw or fall prone.
Oh
I'm
boy.
gonna add buy ice cleats to my list of things.
I didn't know. I think this is one of the spells that I just get for.
Buy
Yep,
ice.
Storm is one that I just always get as a storm cleric.
Yeah. Also, that should be updated now. That is the light that this wall is giving off. 40 feet of bright light, 40 feet of dim light.
Awesome, thank you.
So. Enter the. Okay, so these three need to make dex saves. I'm gonna start. +2s. That's a 12. It's a failure. That's a natty 1 for the boy.
Uh-oh.
And that is a 5 for Captain there.
Are all prone.
Oh,
Still charmed, right?
he's
Yep.
still charmed.
Uh,
Yeah.
Until I fail a comm save.
Or any of us damage him.
Nope.
No, it's not. No, it has to be damage to Willow because apparently it says damage isn't affected by him. Right?
No, him taking damage doesn't in suggestion, but unless it's from one of Willow's companions.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, because it's a
That's the
charmed
last line of the
effect.
spell.
Okay.
Yep,
Since
yep.
he hit the guy, he's not one of our
Okay.
friends. It wouldn't affect it. But
Yeah,
if I
he
hit the
is
guy and did a
not
point
an
of
ally.
damage, it would auto end.
And so this is the captain, yeah?
Yeah, the blue, the
I'm
blue one.
assuming Captain is the largest.
I'm also assuming, but I just want to make triple sure.
Alright. They're all prone, and how much damage do they take?
They don't take any damage. It's
Okay.
not damage. It's mostly just
Damage, it's just a pain in the ass.
Just
You're
to
not
slow-
Difficult terrain.
just
You've
to
been
slow
slowed
them
down.
Yeah. The one that was trying to get the rigging ready just slips and falls on his ass.
Ooh.
And
Youch.
that one hurt him. Alrighty. I'll say he takes it off the thing.
Ugh.
Alright. Alrighty, is that your turn, Saywin?
yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Alright. I'm gonna get a running start to leap across this gap. 10
Okay.
feet to the boat.
Yeah, if you get a run start, it's simple enough to do.
And then, well, I'm not gonna walk into the cloud of mystery. So, I think actually instead, I'm going to. Ooh, that was 20 feet of movement. I only have 15. I guess I'll just move right here, this corner.
Okay.
Bonus action. I am going to invoke my Shadow Blade. prepare it. And then with my action, my normal blade is going to start creaking as I prepare booming blade to attack someone coming out of the fog.
Yeah, so you're holding your action to
Yes.
bap somebody. All right. Alrighty. That Vessel's turn. Betty.
Okay. This fucker's still here by the fire, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, and I can't move. Can I see through the fire?
Yeah.
Still 20 feet. Fuck me. That's not great. We shouldn't be in. Okay. If I fly up 10 and then go 20, is that still... How tall is the flames?
Let me describe it to you. The wall can be up to 60 feet long. It's 20 feet high and 1 foot thick.
Okay.
So at the moment, it's about 30 feet wide and 20 feet tall. It's blocking off. It like goes to the edges and like rolls over onto the river.
Okay. So if I go up 20, forward 10, and then forward another 30, that would be my whole movement, but I would be able to get over it, right?
Yes, you would be.
You would need to
Okay.
go up 25.
I have to go 25. Okay.
But you could still get over and drop down on the others without incurring damage.
Well, no, I guess it would be 20 because you are technically 5 feet up since you're standing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You occupy the first space already.
Okay. Because I just want to get him in melee. Like I want to make sure that if he leads, I can AoE him. Basically, that's my biggest situation at the moment. So yeah, I'm just gonna fly up and then land down on this fucker. Bring it out.
Oh dear.
How much talking we do? Water's important.
Yes.
Stay
I mean,
hydrated.
water is always important because you will die without three. You will die in 3 days without it.
Mm-hmm.
Back with water. Betty, is there anything else you're gonna do, or?
I can't because that's my
Well, is your
Yeah, there-
action and your movement? Do you have a bonus action you want to do, or no?
not one that I'm willing to risk damage on though.
Okay. Willow,
Yes.
it's your turn.
All right. I'm going to just sort of twist my left hand around and vines or ethereal vines spiral down my arm around my entire torso as I cast mage armor, and my AC is now 17.
Woo! Armor mage.
Armor mage. Woo.
Okay. Doing anything else? Moving with Crest? Anything?
Nope. I am staying put, or at least until Crest decides to move. So.
Oh, Crest goes on Betty's turn, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can Crest see any of you guys?
I mean, it's not heavily obscured, so he can see. He can see out through the wall. He can see into the.
But he can see into here.
Obscured.
Is it heavily obscured though?
Yep.
Okay, so he can only see the guy that's.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's basically it's the same thing as darkness, basically. You
Okay,
can't
Crest
see
isn't
into
gonna
it
worry
or
about
out
it
of
then. Don't worry about it. We're good.
Man, Sleep Storm is powerful.
It's it's definitely a controlling spell, so. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it was that or Call Lightning. This seemed more interesting and less violent.
Alright. I guess that is Willow's go.
Yee.
the agents are going
The
to. This one is turned towards Betty. Do they need to make the deck save, or they can't move? For
They technically make it at the start of their turn.
They are on a failed save. The ground is difficult terrain. When they enter for the first time on a turn or start its turn there, they
Nope.
fall
Kid failed the nat one again. All right.
Oh, poor child.
This one gets up.
So they all start prone.
There's no one.
Because they all failed originally.
It's no longer prone. But can only get to the stairs. Alright.
Yay, difficult terrain.
Gonna take a dash to get out. Just barely get out. No, because he had to stand up. And then half of half, so you can only get 10 feet. And then if he uses action to dash, he can only get to the top of the stairs. That's as far as he can get. He's still in the cloud.
I feel like an evil bastard with this one.
He's going to use his bonus action to use special ability leadership. Going to how many people? Just one. Okay. Going to bolster the little guy. Little guy may be down and suck, but stirred with leader. He is still prone. Does the spell drop him to 0 movement, or is it just...
No, it's just fall prone or not.
It's just prone as the condition.
going to use all of his movement, crawl and drag himself out, use his action to get out, swim up and climb up. He gets there. He is still prone.
Oh, poor baby.
Ooh, I feel bad for him.
I don't.
Yeah, I
They
don't.
started this.
Yeah. I say I feel bad because my next turn I'm within movement distance of him.
The captain, unfortunately, his let me just make sure. Captain reaches out a hand, aiming for his men who are no longer there. an attempt to do something. He's, gentlemen, we can talk about this. We don't need to. You all stop. And then whatever he did, you see a flash of blue light with it. Cloud, but no avail.
Gonna shot
Oh
him
no.
Okay. His turn. For him as well. This.
Nope.
Nope. Alright. So movement to get up. Half of half. Rain, excellent.
Oh, I love that I made this so difficult for them.
However, this boy Betty came in contact with, so he's going to pull this long, slightly curved great sword out.
Whoa.
He's going to make 2 attacks against Betty. That's a
No.
9. That's 13.
No.
Whoosh, whoosh. Yep, that's his turn.
Betty's just gonna look at him judgingly.
Can't see any of his friends, so he can't help.
I'm just gonna make him feel small, even though I'm small.
He looks at you and goes, "All you had to do was walk away."
I mean, same for you. Or I guess you could ask my question. You know what? Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
We had to protect the boat. Fuck you. All right. Their turns. Alrighty, back up to Salem.
Good. Oh. Gonna move over to here. And how
Punch him.
about a little bit of bonk?
Bonk! Oh no.
Poor boy's gonna get bonked.
No. Mind you, if this hits him and does enough damage,
I would like to point out there's a very angry
it's not gonna
warforged
do
in the
enough damage.
basement.
What was that?
Yeah,
There's a
there
very
are
angry
there are
Warforged in the
angry
basement.
warforged in the basement.
There is a
Probably-
Warforged.
Yeah, I think it's probably gonna wake up from this.
I don't think I hit him.
A 9 does not hit. No.
Okay.
Well, you do have advantage. He's still prone.
Oh, cool. Let's see if. Let's just roll another one. See if
Bonk.
that's much better.
All right. Yeah, 24 definitely hits. This is one-handed
So-
or two-handed?
One-handed.
Okay.
6.
One-handed or
Yeah,
two-handed?
you slam into his chest. Ah! It managed to put. It seems to be he's wearing some pretty fine armor. It seemed to dent it, but not in a life-threatening manner.
We were just asking some questions.
How do you smash
It's
someone's
quite the
head
thing
in
to say
without
as you're pulling a hammer from someone's chest.
You started the fighting. We were
I
just
know,
asking.
it's just the visual is like we were just asking some questions as you pounded that guy with a hammer.
We were just asking some questions. Oh wait, I can use the gift now. Shit.
No.
Brandon, I can use it.
You can just use the gift.
What gift?
I'm putting it in Brandon's game general. This is the one I was talking about.
Got it.
I'm coming. Where is it?
I'm
Where is it? I'm so happy.
Yeah, that is what happened. Negotiations did break down, and so the man was hit in the head with a hammer.
Oh, that's.
No.
I hate that that's. I hate that that's accurate. All right.
Pretty much exactly what happened.
All right. Say when is. Are you done with bonk?
Bonk.
Yeah,
Okay.
for now.
Castle.
For now.
It is your turn.
Okay. Well, I still can't see the guys inside.
Nope.
I'm amazed they were able to find their way.
Can't
off
really do
the boat.
anything.
Well, heavily
No, it's
heavily
not.
obscured is like they can see 5 feet and they know their boat.
Okay.
I didn't make them like make checks because it's like, oh fuck, I know I pretty much know where I am.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just going to still where I am. Well, I guess I'm gonna actually move right here, try and regardless of where they come out, I want to be able to. I'm gonna move over here
Okay.
since I hear them moving around on this side of the things, and I'm going to stealth since they can't see me
Yeah, they can't see you yet.
with my
Alright,
bonus action.
Roll stealth.
29.
Whew.
And I'm gonna hold my action to booming blade, the first one to come out.
Okay. I'm imagining her sort of just hiding behind the mast that's up here.
Sure, yeah.
That is Tessel's turn. Initiative is Betty.
Yeah. All right. I am going to second level Searing Smite my blade for the bonus action,
Okay.
and then I'm just gonna whap.
Alright. This is
Where
your,
the fuck is my whap?
your Viridium Longsword.
Yeah,
Swinging one hand or two.
two-handed.
Okay.
I don't do one-handed. What is this?
Just making sure.
I always give it 110%. Okay. Whap. No, not whap.
Ooh, not whap. Here. You swing in an upward arc, but you just catch the plates of his armor and it sticks in. You switch hand positions and dig in through the armor through the spot that you found. Yes, that does hit.
Okay, so this is sword damage plus.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, because I did a second level, eh?
Yeah.
This is the 3d6 is fire.
Yeah.
So just. And he's got to make a con save.
They're decent at con.
25.
He did 25 damage.
Yeah.
Oof.
Actually, how hurt does he look?
Not bad.
Okay, I'm gonna add on a first level Divine Smite to that.
Okay, roll an additional 2d8.
I really don't like this guy. Fuck him, he used fire. Divine Smite is a 2d8
Yeah, 2d8, right?
radiant. Seven.
Total of 32.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's not pitiful damage. He kind of, the white hot blade pierces through his armor, and he kind of groans out and looks at you, and you just kind of narrow your eyes and send a pulse of divine energy through it. It burns him again, and he's looking pretty in pain. You can see through the visor.
Okay. He does have to make a con save.
Yeah.
Failure.
It's a
At the start of each of the turns until start of each of its turns until the spell ends, on a target must make a con save throw. On a failed save, it takes 1d6 fire damage. Because it's on fire. He's on fire.
Oh boy, fun. Right.
So.
I'm gonna.
Should I just do that on his turn or?
Yeah, at the start of his turn.
Okay.
I'm gonna do. I moved him away from you for just. Apparently, it was causing some real freaky stuff to happen on my screen. And
Yeah.
I didn't.
Also,
like
There we
There
go.
we go.
Also, as I do that, I'm like, look at what you did. You set it on fire. You set the nice dog on fire. Is that necessary?
Jeez.
His nice cotton shirt underneath is fully ablaze. You can see fire
Go good for him.
licking out from inside of his armor. Alright. That is Betty's turn. Lit a man ablaze. Willow.
Hi.
Turn. You can take the movement from
From Crest?
Yeah.
Yep, and I was planning on
Okay.
doing so.
Just making sure.
Alright. But first, as bonus action, I'm going to quickly recall the spell pattern for color spray. And then I'm gonna fly with Crest over here. Uh-oh. Okay. Go. Yep. Over here. And I'm going to cast color spray in a way where I can hit this gentleman, and I will be casting it at second level.
Cannot see any of the men in here.
Can I not?
No.
It's heavily obscured.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I'm holding my action, waiting for someone to just come out.
Yeah. Okay. I will also hold my action, waiting
Okay.
for someone who specifically is not the captain to exit.
Okay.
So the other dude.
Exit pursued by bear.
And Kate left.
All right.
Bye,
So
Ben.
you're both holding your action. That's turn next. This guy, I guess he at the start of his turn does he need a con saving throw? Or is it the end?
Or
Or
Searing
fire
Smite?
for Betty?
Let me look it up.
Oh, the beginning of his turn.
Okay.
So does he roll that 7?
No, I'm rolling.
Rolling a different thing?
Is he no longer on fire because of the?
Oh, did he take the fire damage from the first one you rolled?
That's what I was asking. Does he take the fire damage to make the save? And you didn't say it.
Well, no, because I wasn't sure if the 7 was still in play or not.
That's what I'm asking.
If the 7 is his save, then
The
he
7
takes
was
the
the
fire
save from
Okay,
last
I've looked up
time.
this spell. That save should have happened at the start of his turn.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, so then ignore the 19. That's what I was asking.
Okay.
Because whenever
so, yes,
you hit,
he does...
he's on fire, and then at the start of each of his turns, he needs to make a save to see if he
Okay.
can fend off the fire.
Okay. 2.
Additional 2 fire damage at the start of his turn.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't say anything, and he can't use it on himself. Yeah. Saying he can't use it on himself. I'm gonna use his bonus action to use leadership on himself.
Okay.
So he's going to swing at you twice with his great sword.
That
That's
hits.
that's a much better.
That also hits.
Okay. And for the first one, I'm going to use martial savagery to add an additional 3d6
Oh,
back. So 5d6. 3. On the first one, hits you 2 damage.
All right, that hurt. Ow.
And then nice spicy 12.
All right, that's fucking pain, dude.
And, hmm. Worry about that.
Pancake.
Well, the music ran out. I need to find
Oh
more. I
no.
need to find more royalty-free music that's not actually copyrighted by YouTube.
No.
Yeah. It's been a fun process because some of it actually is copyrighted, but it's not copyrighted by the people. Copyrighted by YouTube.
Yeah,
And it's real
because
annoying.
makes
I've heard
sense.
about YouTube in anticipation for them or for there being a copyright. Good lord.
Yeah. Real annoying. Alrighty.
Oh, by the way, oh yeah, I need to make a con save to see if he's still on fire or not. Concentration.
I'm gonna make it at the start of his turn because that's how it works.
No, I have to make a concentration check to see.
Oh,
if
because
I
he
keep
hit you.
the-
Yeah, you make 2.
Yeah. Cool. 1.
Okay, that's definitely a success.
Oh,
Yeah, both of them were success.
good Betty.
You need a DC 11 on the first and a DC 10.
Okay.
So. Alright. His turn. He is going to stand up, roll around you, Saywin, strike at you twice with his scimitars. You watch as they flash. They flash white right before he hits you. D20 plus a D4.
Who is he hitting?
Plus 5. Saywin. He's hitting
Saywin.
Saywin.
Simon, okay.
That's an 11. That's a 20.
That's barely.
Okay. Ooh. I need that's the only way the spell got, so yeah, he's gonna use it. So you take. He's going to use. Uses martial savagery to add 3d6 attack plus 2d6 from the branding smite
Oof.
plus 3.
Oh!
32 damage.
Also paladins?
Yeah, as he cuts you.
That one is.
He tries to cut you twice with these 2 elven scimitars.
The little
I'm
guy
going-
with the oath.
I'm gonna use my reaction to Wrath of the Storm him. Or no, excuse me. Where is it? No, it's a thing. No, not Wrath of the Storm. Where is it? It was a. Okay, yeah, it is Wrath of the Storm. And he has to make a dex saving throw because he's getting hit with lightning.
Alrighty. That's a 4.
All right, he's going to take 9 lightning damage.
Zap him. Alright.
Ow!
Yeah.
Mm.
You had a couple more of those.
Get on.
Is this guy makes it out before going to come out here. Finally exits the exits the cloud of thick fog and sleet. What is the manner of attack of color spray, Ned?
It is. I roll because I cast it at second level. I roll 8d10, and from lowest to highest hit points in a 15-foot cone. I can. It's sort of like sleep.
Yeah, but it's blind instead.
But it's blinded.
Unfortunately, from where he's positioned, there's no way not to hit the captain, but you don't know.
That's okay.
It's not damage though.
Damn.
It's not damage. No.
Okay, so roll your 8d10, and Hessel, you'll get your.
59. Okay, who's got lower hit points? Capitan or
I don't think either of them would hit.
Sword Gremlin?
Well, he got punched,
Hmm.
He
so
got.
he is just slightly lower than him.
Okay.
So, is it put it lowest to highest?
It.
'Cause he's got
It. Yeah, it says it in ascending order. So.
Okay, so he's got 53 hit points at the moment. He's got 54 total.
Oh, damn it. Actually, because Hessel is before me in initiative, would he not go first?
Yeah,
That's true.
true.
But also, I don't know that would matter at all. How much did the guy take from his punch? Like 1 point?
He took 4.
Okay.
He's got, they've got 3 strength, so 1 plus 4.
Let's
So
see.
those 3. A damn good roll on 8d10.
It was. Yeah.
Okay. Now, time to see if this is obnoxious or not. We'll see how this works.
Jesus Christ!
I know. 18 hit.
Just.
So it's 9 damage plus. Alright, do all of these apply? No. 9 plus 6, 15, 20, 25. The 2d8 apply if he moves, so 25 points of damage.
Oof. You hit him with thunderous crack of red lightning. And then the color spray goes out.
And that guy is now blind. And
Yep.
very quickly, I'm just as a free thing, I'm just gonna say, Captain, if you're going to say that name, I would do it now.
He goes, hang on. I'm going to give him a bloody
We're lucky
eye.
the other guy came out first, because I was attacking whoever came out first. I was going to hit the captain if he walked out in front of me.
Jesus.
I don't know how suggestion works.
This is true.
This
He
is
just
true.
the captain really sucked and rolled a natty 1 plus his initiative. So he's at the end. Well, this guy is blind. He's going to walk forward 5 feet, and he's going to make 2 attacks at you against you, Hessel, at disadvantage. 20 KL1.
Do your best.
That's 5. 13. Nope. 16.
Just hits.
Aw.
He's going to use.
Oh, but I will. This probably doesn't matter. Just, you know what? Maybe it would. Oh, no, it wouldn't. Never mind. Well, I guess I'll still do it because it'll matter if he goes unblind, but he needs to make a wisdom saving throw or be afraid of me.
Fun.
Now, he would still be able to walk closer to me because he's blind.
This is true. Yeah.
But once he goes unblind, this might come into play. We'll see.
Okay. I'm gonna just.
I'm just picturing Hessel like full on form of dread, just getting really close into his face. So that at the end of my next turn, when he gets to see again.
15 DC?
I think that is my save DC. He passes.
Okay.
Yeah, DC 15.
So he's gonna do 1 attack with this long, flat, great sword with a single edge. And she's going to swing at you.
Ooh!
18 damage. It like almost staggers you by how heavy this great.
That just cuts into my normal HP.
Yeah. That's Captain. I'm going to walk out to the space right here.
Gonna do, Capitan.
I don't know, because it's. Suggestion doesn't make them an ally, but they're also charmed. But he's also tasked with protecting his crewmates, so I'm sort of in a bind here with what he
This
can
is
do.
true.
Well, to be fair, answering is not an action. Speaking is a free action.
Yeah, but because y'all are sneaky and conniving, the suggestion won't end until you continue to get answers.
It'll basically end as we're running away.
Yeah. He's gonna use another spell slot to. Well, it's gonna hit all of y'all.
Oh yeah.
You watch as he holds up a ring and it flashes bright, and targeting even himself at this moment.
Yeah.
He is going to cast Calm Emotions. So I need Assel and Willow and Crest and him and and his buddy who was just blinded and slashed and blinded to all make charisma saving throws. Creature can choose to fail this saving throw if they wish.
I don't want to choose that. Please don't suck. Please don't suck. Please don't suck. I suck.
Ooh.
I mean, luckily it's
Charisma?
okay.
Yeah, charisma saving.
Calm emotions is like I wasn't really doing anything.
So his friend, 2 to charisma, a failure, and himself has +2. Hang on.
Oh wait, I have advantage against being charmed.
You do.
I'm an idiot. Okay, let's try that again. Once more with feeling. 7. It was a little better.
Oh, should I roll for Crest as well?
Yes, you should.
Okay.
Actually, he wouldn't roll for himself. He wants everyone to calm down.
Yeah.
So what would Crest It's charisma,
Charisma
right?
saving.
Charisma saving throw.
Okay. Oh. Halberd.
As per the wording of the rules for this spell, you can suppress any effect causing a target to be charmed or frightened. When the spell ends, any suppressed effect resumes, provided that its duration has not expired in the meantime. Alternatively, you can make a target indifferent about creatures of your choice that it is hostile towards. This indifference ends if the target is attacked or harmed by a spell, or it witnesses any of its friends being harmed. The spell
But
ends
he would not have had the saving throw fail for himself, so suggestion still stands.
I mean, that's not what you suggested. He was trying to get everyone to calm down.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so, which is gonna work back ass backwards.
Back assward.
Because he goes, everyone stop attacking. We can wait a minute.
Wait a fucking second.
Oh god, this fight's hurt my brain, guys. Why'd you do this?
Somehow I'm in a bad position, but I'm somehow in the best position. I'm just in the corner here. I'm just having fun. I'm just vibing.
You're just vibing with the dude who's still on fire. Okay, this is a headache. Because I'm trying to parse this out because it doesn't make sense either way. He wouldn't not want to calm himself down, but he also
I mean,
argue that
it's
he'd wanna be-
you choose to like suppress a charmed or frightened effect, or you make targets indifferent about each other.
So here's my thinking. I'd argue that he'd want to keep a level head in the situation, right?
Yeah.
Like that is his ideals. He wants to control, right? So
And
it
he
doesn't
wouldn't
matter what
necessarily know
everyone
he
else
was
is.
charmed.
He doesn't know what if he's acting on what he currently knows, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't know that he's charmed in that current action.
That is yeah.
So he would want to be in control of the situation. So
But
he would want to make that safe.
To be fair, just to put it out there, all suggestion does is make him do the thing, which is answer our questions.
Yeah.
Yes, but y'all are gonna
It
continue.
has not turned him into an ally.
Into an ally. No.
We are still killing his friends in front of him.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's not stupid. He's just also compulsed to answer our questions. Is
That's
what I would
also
argue.
true.
Like, he can't resist answering, but he can still do whatever he wants. It's not mind altering. It's not charm person.
Yeah.
That is a different spell.
Yet.
I would argue that he could do whatever he wants because and would just automatically answer questions as asked and be like, "Oh, why did I do that?" Especially now that we're clearly enemies.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hi, dog.
That bark.
Yeah. You're.
Why is someone knocking so late?
It's a murderer.
You know what? Go with tweak rolling. I think tweak rolling's the best one.
Yeah. He.
Because he's right.
Yeah.
I
Well,
just can't-
I've been playing this more as charm person than.
Yeah, this is suggestion. So yeah, we are actively hurting his friends, which is, you know. Like, I can have the compulsion to, you know, want to correct someone and also beat the shit out of them.
But he's like, hey, knock it off.
Yeah, but the thing is that adds another layer to this. Is he was trying to with the suggestion he was trying to maintain neutralness, and he still hasn't seen anyone that attack anybody because he came out afterwards.
Yep, this is true.
Then I would default to mine, which was he's trying to stay in control of the situation.
Which, yeah, okay, but
Which means that he would actively try to make the save.
no, he absolutely wouldn't. He would be trying to make everyone indifferent to calm everybody down.
Yeah, but if you're the captain of a ship and you're this is just my thoughts. Like this isn't like a because if you're the captain of a ship, even if you're using a mind altering thing, you want everybody to be calm, but you also still want to be in control of your emotions, right? To make a
Yeah, it
judgment
just
call.
makes you calm. So
Does it
that
make you
would be
calm?
Yeah.
That would help. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just this is just calm. The debate is less like if he chose to save or fail, and more like did he choose to suppress an effect that he didn't know he had, or choose to make people indifferent about each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he's trying to make them indifferent. I was reading the spell wrong. I thought it
Okay.
did both things.
It
Nope.
only does one thing.
Yeah, you have to choose.
Okay.
That's where my confusion came in with it, but it's still a headache because now he's still trying to maintain neutrality. He did not
Enchantment spells, man.
he did not actively. Yeah, he actively didn't try to make his own save to calm himself down so that tensions did not rise, but he did not suppress the charm or frightened effect.
I have an
Anybody
additional
in the
question.
area.
This isn't to do with the combat. Well, I
What's
mean, it
up?
is to do with the combat. This isn't to do with your combat.
What's up?
This is to do with my combat in the corner here.
What?
So one, I was supposed to roll a 2d6, not a 3d6. So I looked it up. The last roll that I did on that first one should not be counted in his hit points.
Okay, so the two.
No, that was the 2 should not be counted in his hit points.
Okay.
And then additional question is, I'm keeping concentration on this, right? In order for him to be kept alit, I can put the thing down.
I was gonna say I don't think you're maintaining concentration on the spell. The smites are unique, and once you hit somebody, that effect takes place. You are holding concentration on hitting until you hit, basically. That makes sense.
Okay, and then the spell's effect is just after that?
Yes.
That's a separate. Okay, so I don't.
Yeah,
I do think it depends on the smite, though. I think some, like the one that does fear and stuff, I think you might have to continue to concentrate on them.
Because my question about this
But
one
right
is,
now, he's just on fire.
yeah, what is it? On a successful save, the spell ends. So is the spell continuing even though I'm not concentrating on it?
I mean, I would say yeah, because
I also just realized I need to make a whatever the throw is, the
concentration.
throw is.
Mhm.
Yeah, the concentration check. What is that under?
It's a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
You took.
Yeah, I don't.
No,
So
no, it's
The
yeah.
the storm cloud's gone.
Okay.
So this is the question I had. So it says on a successful save, the spell ends. The target and creature within 5 feet of its action put out the flames or if under effect. But it's like, am I keeping concentration on it, or is it happening independent of my concentration?
It's happening independent, I would say.
Okay, so I do not have concentration right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That is okay. That's a good question. Okay.
Yeah. So, yes, he attempts to calm everybody down. Willow, and Hessel and Crest, he is attempting to make you all non-hostile to his allies. He's trying to make himself and his ally not you all. How I am ruling them.
All right.
He and his ally have failed. They are sort of in a neutral stance. They're both have weapons drawn, but have them pointed down and not at you. Willow and Crest, you're sort of more wanting to continue the conversation rather than continue attacking. Hassel, you may do as you wish. You have saved, so
Yeah.
So, but that's how I'm ruling that.
All right.
He doesn't know anything different. He's attempting to take control of the situation in a calm order. However, you know.
Also,
Things
the
are
boat's still all ice, right? Like where the spell is.
Yes. Everything's got like a thin layer of frost on it, but it's no longer difficult.
Okay.
Alright. So that's the agent's and the captain's turn. And on his turn, the captain goes, eventually headed to King Belwyn of House Bridgelow. As he says that, you all hear
One more time.
a whirring beep, and his armor begins to glow.
Okay.
King Bellman of House Bridgelow?
Belwyn of House Bridgelow. I got it.
Yeah, King
Can you type
Belwyn
it
of
out?
House Bridgelow.
Wait, was that the target?
That's who the thing was going to.
Okay. So that's what he was asking, or answering. Okay.
That was the last question he was asked. So I was waiting for his turn to answer. But yeah, you see runes begin to glow on the inside of his armor as he says this.
I feel like we should back up.
I don't know what a bomb is.
You don't. Yeah, none of you know what this is.
I mean, it wouldn't be so much of a stretch to think that the wizard who was alive during the Age of Arcanum would see armor glowing suddenly with runes and think, "Ooh, that's probably not good."
Well, I thought it was heat metal. I thought it was killing them because he answered a question, to be fair.
Could be.
No, that is the end of the initiative. Back up to Saywin.
All right. Can I use healing word on myself?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do that. Oh. All right, that's not great, but better than. Yeah, 23 is. I'm back up to half health at least.
Yeah. Remember, you do have an ability from your boon. If you think that might help you.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think it'll help at this moment because I have something that might be better.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna cast Gust of Wind. And try and blast this guy into the gap between the boat and the dock.
All right. What type of? I'm assuming it's a deck save, but
Strength
I think
save.
it's a strength.
strength.
Ooh.
Easy Paladin.
All you have to do is save. It's not that hard.
Yeah, he saved.
1 and 1. His feet slide. Oh, what happened?
I don't know.
Did something happen?
No, on my end.
No.
My
It's the
was a-
axe murderer that was trying to get into Tweet's house.
Everything is like just breaking.
What the hell is going on? My mouse is clicking 1,000 times a second in the top right corner of my screen, and my mouse has no batteries in it at the moment.
There's the
Wow.
ghost that was trying to get into Twig's house. I've changed it to ghost. The narrative.
You've changed it to ghost, I guess, because that unsettles you less than axe murderer.
Well, I'm in trouble.
Where is- pull up cords from things. 'Cause, my mouse is violently clicking in the top right corner, and I can't do top of it.
Have you considered asking it nicely?
I tried, and it's still whirring and whirring around.
Did it dab on you in a Fortnite dance?
Still rapidly clicking. What?
Do you think you can function with a clicking mouse?
I can't click anything, so no.
Can you turn the mouse off and then on?
It is fully out of batteries, and all my desk upside down, and it's still kicking.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Have you considered I don't have a solution for this. Screen is buffering.
Yep, now OBS is disconnected, and I can't do anything about it.
No.
You know, I really thought out of ever gonna be the one to be haunted. I'm a little sad.
To be honest, a lot of ghost inputs, I would probably just reset my computer.
There we go. I have control again. I don't know what it was doing. It was weird.
That is.
Yeah, it was scrolling upwards and to the right rapidly. So I couldn't do anything.
That's wild.
I'm in trouble.
Whatever.
Why are you in trouble?
If this guy does another one of those massive hits, I'm going down.
It's fine. You just dodge.
You don't have dodge.
Yeah, dude. It's just it's
Oh.
called AC.
Double tap B.
Look, you just dodge, and the next turn you hit him, and then after that you dodge
I was
again.
gonna
When
say,
it's
if you
his
hadn't
turn.
have gusted of winded, you could have disengaged.
Well,
Yeah.
I still don't think that
I-
matters at all because if your movement speed is the same as the other person, disengage is irrelevant. Because you walk 30 feet away, and then it's like, okay, I walk 30 feet towards you, and I hit you again.
No, the best thing I would have had is if I disengage and jump in the water.
Yeah, disengages are only really useful if you have other allies in melee or if you're faster than them.
Mm.
And we did the great idea of taking
Separating.
everyone or taking each person 1-to-1.
We are not.
Hmm.
We need to reset OBS.
To be fair, when I jumped on the boat, 3 people were up here. That guy came to you.
Okay, now we're back.
Okay.
Okay. I need to. Yeah, what it did when it scrolled up and rapidly started clicking, it closed all my tabs
Oh.
because it closed everything in the top right. That's why I was like, "Whoa, what happened?"
Hmm.
Apologies for the delay. I'm getting things back up, and apparently Roll20 doesn't want to load. There we go.
Oh, no.
Sounds like you are having a rough time right now.
Yeah. Getting it fixed. That. And here. This.
Perhaps. Yay!
Alright.
Oh,
I'm reconnected.
yay!
Alrighty.
I can hear myself. Okay, no, we're good.
I don't know where that was coming from, but yeah.
Me neither. Oh well.
Okay. Daywin had just cast Gust of Wind.
That failed miserably.
Well, they succeeded. You didn't fail.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think Gust of Wind is concentration and you can redirect it, so you can at least try to use the spell next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Provided you don't drop it.
Yeah.
When he
but a lethal amount of damage.
Oh, OBS disconnected again.
God damn it!
Not my internet that's having an issue, it's just OBS.
It's just OBS.
Something using a lot of internet. Nope. There's zero network zero network activity at the moment other than just me streaming. Cool.
Already. Time to go for down detector.
So
Yeah, I was really considering using my special move to try and assassinate the guy on the boat, but I was like, man. I don't know if he's necessarily a
Okay.
bad guy yet, so let's not do that.
I think we're back and live.
Maybe.
Oh, if one y'all could check.
Yeah. I mean,
Looks like
Twitch
it.
has like 25% error rate right now, but I feel like that's normal for Twitch.
All right, I think we're back.
Okay. Okay. Simon, are you doing anything else on your turn?
Let's see. I healed myself, and I used cast gust of wind, so I can't move without triggering an attack of opportunity.
Correct. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Got 30 feet of movement. Hey,
Yep.
I could make it to the water.
Good. Yeah.
You would take an AOO, but
I know.
he doesn't have his bonus action or whatever to set up the extra damage.
I was gonna say, can he divine smite on an AOO? Like just as an
You can.
inherent act?
Yeah.
But he wouldn't be able to do his bonus action smite spell like he did last time.
Yeah.
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 Well, because of balancing, I'll pull back the curtain a little bit. He doesn't actually have access to Divine Smite as an ability, because if he did, he'd be a higher CR creature. So,
Yeah, I'm going for the water, I think.
So you agree he is a creature?
I mean, he's a stat block. All right, he's gonna swing at you.
Alright, I can get it. Basically get right off the edge of the
Yeah.
pier.
And jump and that's a
That's gonna
24
hit.
to hit. 2d6 plus 3. 11 slashing damage.
Ow. Yeah, I'm glad I went for that.
We're live.
helped
We
you.
fixed it. Hello, I apologize. OBS is being real rude and saying I don't have internet connection, even though I do.
I choked on a mic and I.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Please don't.
Myconites are deadly.
Please don't unalive because I said we're live.
Are you okay, Rose?
Is she?
I think she walked away.
I think so.
I think she
Hopefully.
muted so she could cough.
Probably. I'm going to continue. She's typing, so she's alive at least, I hope. Alright, I am going to continue with Hessel and hope that Betty does not actually choke. Okay. Getting water, she's okay.
Okay.
It's my go.
Mr. Mucci said.
Both the people in front of me have made themselves indifferent, which is unfortunate.
Bold of you to assume Willow wasn't already indifferent.
Am I the only one that's normal
That's
over
it,
here?
Yeah.
I'm back.
Well?
I'm not dead.
Yeah.
Yay.
Let's measure this out. I kind of like look at these guys, very confused about their like posture drop. It was like, I don't even know what's going on anymore.
What are you doing? You holding your turn? Are you?
No, I take a running jump. I'm going over here to the guy who's still fighting.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to knock this guy out.
All
Do
right.
non-lethal. We'll see what happens though. All right, take my swing with my sword, booming blade style.
All right.
Um.
Oh,
24 to hit.
24
You
definitely
roll
hits.
so many dice.
Well, because it rolls like the crit die just in case you crit, and
Yeah.
I'm already rolling a lot of dice anyways. So let's
Oh.
see, 6, 8, 6, 8, 15, 20. So 20 points of damage.
Okay.
And I can't tell because of how sight works in
Mhm.
this. Am I in the light of this fire? Like, am I
Yes.
in bright light or am I in dim light?
You would be in 40 feet. You are in dim light.
Okay, then bonus action, I swing with my shadow blade, and I have advantage.
Yep.
Also non-lethal. Only 14 to hit.
14 does not hit.
All right.
Let me fast.
And he needs to make a wisdom save or be frightened of me.
Oh yeah, let's do that real fast. A nice old 7 in there. Is a 7 save?
No, he's
No.
frightened of me until the end of my next turn.
Fun. Also, I realized that this guy needs to make at least one Constitution saving throw to maintain concentration on Wall of Fire. It is concentration. I thought it was 20, I thought it was 10 minutes, but
Let's
You
get
need
rid
to
of
make
that.
3.
Nice.
it's okay. He saved the big attack from you. You need to do at least a 10 for 2 more.
2?
10,
Exactly 10.
Okay.
Damn it.
Wall of Fire is still up. I just wanted to make sure that we're doing this correctly. Okay. So yeah.
Oh, that's a fair point, actually. I need to see if I even still have Shadow Blade up. I was hit. Yes.
You're good. But yeah, he is frightened of you. He does not have champions thing anymore, but he's scared. Okay. That is Hessel's turn. Betty. Singular. Your singular round of not trauma additioned.
Oh shit, it didn't work, damn it. Okay, I have an escape plan, so just in case. I'm gonna do this. He's still on fire, right?
He's still on fire.
Okay, I'm just gonna hit him with another first level Searing Smite, and hope that I hit him with
Alright, so use your bonus action to use Searing Smite.
Yeah.
Swing at him.
Okay, and then it's...
Hold a hit.
I really should just make a macro for this, but... Oh, that's almost a crit, please! Daddy!
Betty! Alright.
Okay, so it's 1d10
That definitely hits.
plus 4 plus 1d6. How hurt does he look?
He looks fairly hurt.
You know what, I'm just gonna pump another Divine Smite into this.
Alright.
I really want this guy to go down, because if he doesn't, I'm gonna have a problem. So that's a 2d8 extra radiant.
Yep.
$13.
He is still just barely standing.
Then I'm gonna hit him with another attack.
Yep, you have another attack, so.
16?
Does not hit.
Oh.
You
Daddy!
glance off of the armor.
Okay, and I'm just gonna. Oh yeah, what I was gonna do is I'm gonna move here. Just in case.
Okay.
So I don't cock an AOO, but I am in a better position for something.
Okay. Betty's turn. Willow.
I'm just gonna sit forward on Crest. Oops, I knocked over
He also
a
has to
lot
make
of
a
things
save on his
actually.
thingy.
What?
I'm saying the guy has to make a save on Wall of Fire.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. I was like, what? No, he's not close.
Oh, alright, let's see if there's fire.
4. Yes.
Yeah.
Alright.
That's your 8 plus 13. That's 20. Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna sit forward on Crest and look at the captain, noticing the glowing runes and hoping what I think is happening is not happening. I remember my companion was asking who helped you leave Bilgespire. Got that name? And that is my turn because I do not have any ability to stop what's coming.
Yeah.
Rather than that, you're indifferent to it.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm indifferent to the people attacking me. I'm not indifferent to my life being in peril.
Well, you're indifferent to creatures, and that creature just happens to also probably be a bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah, at first I thought it was heat metal, but it probably is a bomb, right? He's probably gonna blow up.
He doesn't seem to be reacting in any painful way too.
Okay. So I hope he's not a bum.
He's a bomb.
He's a. I know he's a bum. But anyway, yep. I asked a question.
Yep, and he'll answer on his turn.
Oh please.
I find the correct name. Those are monsters.
Actually, I don't know that this would apply. I was over there. Did you say there were runes on his body?
Coming from his armor.
Are they like a readable rune? Since I have eyes of the rune keeper, would I have seen something along the lines of self-destruct imminent, or something along those lines?
No, you would have seen some runes that denote. They're not legible in the same way, but they're. I will say from this you can ascertain that they are an evocation.
Okay.
Sort of
Okay.
magic, but yeah, it's they're magic runes. They're not.
Okay. Just making sure. Just making sure.
Why do I not have this? Go. Force. No, it's closed too when everything went fucky wucky. Cool.
Oh no.
Go. Now it's the agent's turn. I'm going to start off with this boy. He's going to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Or he's going to take fire damage, correct?
That is accurate.
He's
Failure.
taking fire damage.
Alright, roll a d6.
Please be high. 5.
That's pretty high.
He falls over.
Yeah!
Oh my god, you killed him by passive fire damage.
Beautiful.
Excellent.
He had 2 hit points.
Oh my goodness.
That's why I was like, he's almost dead.
Yeah.
There goes the wall of fire.
Wall of fire. Whoosh.
These ones are still on fire.
Oh,
but, you know.
the natural flames are still on. But
Well,
they've begun to grow a little bit.
Yeah.
okay. Less good.
It's just
Don't
right.
worry, I have a spell for that.
Can you also put him on fire? Because I think that's funny. Thank you.
Assuming I survive what's about to happen, I can put the fire.
Maybe it takes like an hour.
Or
Dang, I didn't
hopefully it takes more than 2 turns, or more than 1 turn.
Dang, I didn't get to use my thing, but that's okay, because it'll be done later.
I mean, you could use it at any point. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but I wanted to use it at a clutch moment.
Okay. Alright.
He's on fire.
He's on fire.
That dude is on fire.
Alright, that's that agent's turn. His last turn. That's when y'all put him out. I'm gonna.
I don't want him to live. Everyone else is like, let's let them spare them, and Betty's like, I don't like this guy.
I'm gonna just roll a d20 to see if this guy cares enough about this guy that watching him go up in flames is not going to cause him to freak the fuck out. Just a straight d20. That's all I'm doing.
But
Yeah, he freaks the fuck out and makes a running jump off. Lands down, comes down around, and he begins making his way towards his ally to attempt to put him out. Because now you can actually see him now that the firewall was down. Alright. And this guy is going to make 2 swings at Kessel. Plus just a 5. He does not have the another. You know what? Third natural 1. He goes to swing at you, and he catches
Technically,
some.
he would also have disadvantage because he's afraid of me.
Also has disadvantage. That 1 is a 1. Okay, L1 after the second. But he tries to do like a sweeping uppercut, and he catches both of his scimitars into the grout, and they both stick. they wedge in too hard for him to grab. He's just gonna punch you in the face.
Okay.
17 to hit.
Yeah, AC 16.
Okay. So normally that's just a D4, but yeah, he can use martial savagery too. On
Can
any
he
hit,
smite?
add
Can he smite on a
3d6.
punch?
No, he can't. He can't smite on a punch. He's not using a gauntlet as the thing, but
No.
so he's gonna do 3d6 plus 4 damage. Oh my god, that was such a high roll. He switches to a boxer stance and just catches you on the left side of your jaw. Just, you can feel that bone splinter slightly under the skin.
Ow.
Seems pretty well trained and armed. But yeah, now he's got his fists up. He's about to fucking throw down.
That's quite the punch, given your buckling knees.
Yeah, he's Alright. That is Jin's turns. And the captain on his turn, he goes, our contact, part of the group, woman named Lorraine Blackwater.
All right, I'll remember that name and make sure to let everyone in my circle know. Thank you.
Walks edge of the boat, and he is going. You watch as he holds his hand up again. Going to cast create or destroy water, and put his boy out. He's going to cast.
Ow.
Bless you. He's going to attempt to save him by casting with a bonus action healing word at first level. So the rain comes down. But these fires over here.
So what I understand is I should have taken on the captain because he was a cleric.
Or something.
First level, it's just a D4, right, for healing word.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. D4 plus
Spellcasting.
modifier.
All right. Alrighty. He is unconscious, but he is not dead.
That's good.
But he's not back in action.
He's not back in there.
Because if he was, Betty would just kill him.
He is down. He's laying there. He's probably got at least second-degree burns.
Oh well.
He was fully on fire for roughly 12 seconds. Oh, well, boy's a little bit like turkey jerky. And that's back up to, and at the end of the captain's turn, the rains multiply again.
Oh boy.
I mean, the good thing is Crest can be resummoned. I don't think about Willow can.
I don't think Willow can either. But luckily, I know what my next turn's gonna be.
Saywin. There's technically only one person left on the field that is actively aggressive.
I'm going to. I'm a bit annoyed with that one guy, so I'm gonna call lightning on him.
Can you see him?
You would have to climb up out of the.
All right. Well, I'll climb up onto here, and I will cast call lightning on not Hessel, the guy in front of Hessel.
I'm assuming you're
And
aiming like
I'm-
behind him so you don't hit Hessel.
Also, yeah, I'm gonna put it behind him.
Okay.
Also, because I'm really pissed off, I'm gonna use my Channel Divinity.
Oh my
do
god.
30 damage to him. He has to make a
Dex saving throw.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, deck saving throw.
Yeah. If he fails this, crack.
30 lightning
He
damage.
watches his eyes just roll back. And he is unconscious.
Is he unconscious or dead?
I mean, he's dying. Alright, the captain goes, enough, enough, cease fire. And then he kind of looks down and realizes, oh, what happened to this armor? I'm going to maintain initiative because you don't know when this thing's going off, so.
Well, nothing's going off.
Yeah, and you don't know. Alright. Hassle.
How much movement was it to get out of the water?
It would have been 15 feet.
All right, I will move to here.
Okay.
I just looked down at the kid in front of me. I was gonna try to keep this one alive. Oh well.
He's still breathing.
The captain. Well, he's not quite dead yet. Alright.
Now, question is, if I can deduce what's going on with that captain.
No. Certainly
Not
find
overly trained in magic, but I'll make some sort of check.
Sure. Make an Arcana check. You know, the runes seem to be based on evocation from the eyes of the rune
19.
Well, the 19, you do know that there are certain spells that can be sort of passworded as you know, as guards or means of protection or activation of certain things at certain times, like if someone, you know,
Agency spell.
says something specific, that, you know, trigger effects. Some good, some bad. This definitely looks like, from your understanding and the knowledge of the eyes of the Runekeeper have given you, seems to be a pretty hefty fireball.
Alright. My eyes kind of go wide for a second. I look around to see where everyone is. Willow is still up there.
Yeah, just
Yep.
chilling.
Still,
Running her fingers through Crest's
gonna
neck
run
hair.
up
I mean, I
Here.
would have stopped that. Like,
Running
Oh.
jump across to Willow next to the thing. The bird. How big is this bird?
Large,
Large.
so
Would it fit both me and Willow?
yes.
Alright, I'm gonna hop onto the bird as well and say, oh hey, could you do me a favor and just go over to Betty? Go back to Master.
Make a persuasion check.
Alright.
That's gonna go one of two ways.
It's only a 13, so I'm going to expend, I guess if there's a time to do it, my superiority die
Oh,
and use commanding presence to add a d6.
okay. Yeah, roll a d6.
So 16.
16. Very well. One turns and will does it move on your turn now that you've said this, or?
I mean, if it can, sure. If not, Willow's turn. I think Willow goes before the guard at least. So
Yeah, everyone does. So, all right, Willow. Essel has climbed up aboard Crest behind you, and
I mean, I was planning on flying Crest back to back to the remainder of the group. So
Go back to
Like-
Nasser. No, I'm not going to do that.
So yeah,
yeah,
you can,
I was planning on flying Crest to like over here.
okay. So the group. If you are you gonna use your action to get there?
Yeah.
Okay.
'Cause I've got no more quarrel here.
You all land down. Um, all right. The agents are all incapacitated. This one's sort of looking around confused.
Does he blow up on his next turn?
Don't know what to do.
He might.
He's just gonna start walking back to the ship.
Oh no!
Oh boy.
Didn't say anything, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because only Hessel knows, and Hessel has not said
Yep,
anything
So
other
he's-
than "Hey, Crest, let's
One
go."
of that our cleric is definitely going to die.
Oh yeah.
Well, see, here's the thing. Either he blows up right now, or there's another turn, and Saywin can get away. Me saying anything wouldn't have affected Saywin.
or his
unfortunately.
or his action. He's going to attempt to get his armor off, which takes 10 minutes.
Uh-oh.
So he just begins throwing pieces off in 6 seconds.
Oh wait, he's
Oh.
wearing armor.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
kind
what
of
the
armor?
runes are on.
I thought he was like all one piece.
he is wearing the the Iron Forged are much more squishy folk, but
Okay, what kind of armor is it?
he is wearing left of the game.
Yeah!
He is wearing
No.
He's wearing splint armor. They all are. What? Right. Well, armor 5e, because they all have. Yes. They're all wearing splint armor.
Okay.
That would look cool with runes on it, though. Like each of the splints has a section of the spell on it.
Seems to be
So glad we
like
get to see it before we die.
crawling out of the armor and spreading in these like concentric circles of like dwarvish runes.
How quickly is it spreading?
Pretty quickly. Not quick enough to be stopped unless someone's got like maybe dispel magic, but unfortunately nobody's turn except for his. At the end of his
Yeah.
turn,
Oh.
Wondering if he goes up this turn or not.
yeah, he gets the armor plate off over his head, but as soon as it gets over his head, boof.
Uh-oh.
How big?
Well, it's a fireball, so
I think it's
let's get
40
the
foot
little
radius,
animated.
20-foot radius, one of the two.
Yeah.
Animated spell.
How big is Fireball?
20-foot radius.
So 40 feet wide.
Okay.
Ooh.
Ship's gone.
Yeah, the ship is sinking. It will be sinking. Oh God!
Centered on him. My God, Saywin. Saywin.
The luckiest bastard.
No, just. Oh no! Oh, I didn't put it on him. It's one down. No. Yeah, that's the
Is
center
it the right
there.
size?
That is correct size.
That's a 40-foot radius.
Oh, what's a 40? Why is it 40?
Well, that's a 35. I don't. This is
Okay,
tough. I guess it's closer to 40.
Let's see.
Let's try it again.
How big is it? I don't know.
It should be
It-
20 foot.
Okay,
Okay,
I am safe. Good lord.
that should be okay. No,
I'm really happy it went off this turn because Hessel was about to sigh and then run back and try to cut the armor off of him.
Oh boy.
boof.
I have dispel magic, but if
A
nobody
little too
tells
late.
me anything, I'm not gonna use
yeah.
it.
Yeah, he's gonna take 11d8.
Jesus Christ.
He might survive.
He might survive. I hope he survives.
I'm sorry, 11d6. I'm stupid.
Okay.
Roll that again.
Try
It is
it
a
again.
night.
Oh my god!
Kid more.
He survives.
He
I
does
think he had
survive.
40.
No, he does survive. That blows up. He gets thrown into the water, but he's still alive.
Yay!
His armor
Oh, the ship sunk.
explodes off of him. He just gets set flying
Move,
into
move,
the
move.
water.
Let's go. That ship's just lit up. That's on fire. People are gonna come. Let's just move.
Yeah, Betty's already.
All
leaving.
right, we
He's
start.
gonna lose his concentration, so people are gonna start realizing what's going on. Let's just
Betty
run.
100% left before you even said that.
Betty fucking abandoned the crew. She's already up on the roof, just like,
Yeah.
I'm not fucking involved, dude.
Whatever she knows what your warrant's at, she's like,
How fast can Crest fly?
40
40
foot.
feet.
Oh yeah, 40 feet.
Saywin, you replace me on top of Crest.
I mean, I was gonna just dive into the water and swim to a different port.
That's up to you. What do you?
Well, yeah. If we all want to move together, you can hop on Crest
Betty's
and I can
left.
run.
I'll
Otherwise,
say,
yeah, that's fine.
after the explosion,
If we all just want to like
uh,
mad separate and then
just
reconvene later.
you know, a real quick, two things seem to be unharmed from the explosion: a
Oh, no.
circular mirror shield and a steaming this white hot sort of doing that. You know when a dish lands on the ground and just whoa 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 whoa.
Yeah.
Sure.
A small silver badge lands on the docks.
Need
A
Saywin can go get that.
Where did they land?
They land over towards Willow and Hessel.
Yeah.
They blew
alright.
off of him.
I'll grab him.
Oh,
I'm fast. I'll grab him.
Okay.
Everyone just start running. Do
Yeah,
whatever you
Betty's
can
gone.
to get away.
Betty's gone.
Saywin, if you want to take to the water, meet us up at the tavern. Do it.
Yeah.
Y'all
I'm
begin
having-
to.
Water.
Yep, you splash into the water.
Remember to master. I tap Crest, hop off, go grab the things.
Yeah, Crest rolls their eyes at you and goes and flies up towards Betty, and follows Betty back. I'm gonna say.
Towering Halberd.
I'm gonna say one of y'all roll me a sleight of hand check. And I know this is gonna sound strange. Roll me a sleight of hand check to see if y'all can coordinate quickly to leave before windows begin getting opened and looking out at the docks.
I'm going to recommend Hessel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. I'll roll low though. Watch out. This is the one. No, it's a
No, you
24.
won't.
24.
No,
alright.
you won't.
Y'all abscond and manage to clear the scene within about 5 seconds of the blast going off. Y'all are well above the headline of the above the rooftops with Hessel and Willow and Betty, and say when you were in the water and away and already 3 docks down before anyone opens their windows to see what happened.
What the fuck happened?
I'm going to imagine that calm emotions is no longer in effect.
It's not.
He
is-
super lost concentration.
Yes.
I will say with oh god I'm gonna
DC
roll.
22.
No, I'm gonna
If he get-
roll.
If
I'm
he
gonna
gets,
roll
like,
to
a
see
neck-
if he survived, but took one of the bad effects, the permanent damage.
Ooh.
Oh, because they're gonna come back later. Yeah, I'm fine with this.
Oh, that's a 9. He's got to roll on the table.
The table of pain and suffering.
So, I have a rule in my homebrew brewed campaign that if you take more than 50% of your health in damage in one hit, you have to roll a d20 to see if you take a permanent damage from the attack, because it was so severe that it could cripple or wound you, broken arm, that sort of thing. But we're going to be rolling on the fire table because
Oof.
he's going to be taking some lingering damage.
Oof.
By the way, just out of curiosity,
yeah,
because it came up a few times through this fight, where I had the thought, do we have any healing potions between us right now?
Yes, I have a greater healing potion.
Is that it?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I think we use the rest. Okay. Because I was looking through my inventory and I don't have
What's
any.
8 on the fire table?
I'm gonna have to switch it because these are all have to deal with. Okay, no, wait.
What, with flesh?
Yeah. I'm gonna.
His face is melted. He's Two-Face.
He's a little two-faced.
He's blind because his eye holes melt shut.
Blind is not one of the ones on here.
Ah.
I'm gonna say. Okay. Yeah, well, you don't know what happened to him, but he definitely got hurt.
Mm.
That's fun.
We somehow got away with that.
Yeah, y'all managed to break away and flee into the night. Saywin, I need you to make me either stealth check or a performance check. Pretend you had nothing to do with it. For some reason, you were also on the dock when there was no one else there. I know you swam down to the other side, but you'll have to go up.
Oh, I was swimming all the way out to. I was planning on swimming all the way over to like the Bell Docks area. Because I assume we were.
Okay,
near Jehestes-
yeah.
We were under Jehestes Perch. I'm swimming as far around as I can.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say just make the check anyways, but only on a 1 is anything gonna happen. Because no one was out here. You're going very far away, but it's just you were coming out of the water. Okay, you were fine. you were swimming up after like 1 a.m. and just some guard might have happened. No one pays you any mind.
Did I say I tried to catch a fish while I was swimming away?
Sure.
Fish time.
Make an attack
Sure.
roll with your tail.
Roll the fish table.
We have a fish.
Yeah, I'm saying roll on the fish table.
No, just give.
24.
Oh, see, no. Yeah, you catch a nice mackerel. mole. Probably gonna be a good meal on its own.
Don't
Just
eat
show
raw
up.
fish.
Just show up in the or on the dock next to the guards with a fish in my mouth.
Yeah.
Fucking beast folk.
Fucking fuck. It's 1 a.m. Go to bed.
I heard that.
You walk past without any issue. You flick your wet ponytail as they walk past. They're like, "Ah!" A fish, and you make it all back safely to Towering Halberd, unaccosted, with more information than I'd hope you'd be able to gain, but you know. But it's okay.
I mean, it's not like we can really act on any of this information.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Not yet. But we have it
No, but I
in
want to
case
know
we
which
need to.
Blackwater that is.
I mean, I know which one it is.
I know.
That's a little...
I also know which one it is because I've been paying attention when people do their individual RP.
Well, I was gonna say, didn't he send his mama a letter talking about it? And her name was Lorraine.
Yes.
Okay.
So out of character, we all know, but
Yeah,
in character,
okay.
only Hessel knows, but Hessel doesn't know that I know.
I'm gonna have to kill my mom.
You might have to kill your mom.
Yeah.
Listen, I never said that I wouldn't. I said that I would never use parents as like, oh no, we've been kidnapped. I never said that the parents couldn't be bad.
No, dude, if it ends up going down that way, I mean, I'm from a crime family, man. I don't mind.
So we're planning matricide already.
Yep. Well, this makes me feel a little bit more secure that Betty's mom isn't evil. So, not that I think she was.
He
but-
could absolutely pull that same stunt multiple times.
Evil moms watching you.
I think the only mom guaranteed not to be evil is Willow's.
Nah, Saywin's mom's pretty cute.
Yay! So
I don't know anything about Saywin's mom, so.
Do we need to delve into some therapy session here, Brandon? Do you
No.
have a thing against
No,
mother?
No.
So we get
Betty's
back
mom
to the
at the
tavern.
moment is totally fine and normal. She might be a pirate, but she's not evil. I can't say that much for Hessel, but you know.
Don't worry. I'm just making bad jokes, being a little shit.
So we go back to the tavern.
Yep. And you all get a long rest.
Yeah.
I'm talking flask. Fuck that.
You pull the flask out.
This is the last time I have private time before we're gonna go on a week road trip.
I'll also say I'll have Willow identify the items before we go to bed,
Okay.
just so we can divvy those up real quick.
Yep, sure.
Shield is certainly Saywin's.
Almost assuredly.
I'm the only one that uses a shield.
I don't know what the badge is.
Alright, identifying.
All right,
Franklin
which one are you identifying first?
Shield, it's the bigger one.
Okay. You pull up this beautifully crafted silver mirrored shield of elven design. You set it down. It's a beautiful mirror finish, like perfectly smooth. It's not rounded in any way, or like the outside rounded to fit the.
Oh, I think I might know what this is.
But as you'd identify it, it identifies as the Shield of Heroic Tales.
Never mind.
That sounds sick.
The shield, as you were, you know, I'll say this for Willow, as you were talking with the captain, this thing was covered in etchings. But when you get it, there's nothing on it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you have to carve your own tail?
So, the description of this is the shield begins out as a mirrored surface, but after attuning to it, the shield begins to magically engrave the events of conquest, to getting more detail after each encounter. When a memory has been engraved onto the shield, you gain an additional +1 against any creature you have previously fought that is engraved on the shield. You can attempt to tell the shield previous tales that you had before acquiring the shield. A 10 performance check or a DC 15 deception check will allow the shield to be engraved with the events upon the shield. 3 failures and the shield will clear all of its engravings in a rage and become a mirrored shield once again.
And you have to start all over.
Yeah.
Oh dear. All right, I have Shield of Heroic Tales. Get description from Brandon because I tried keeping up with that, but I could not type fast.
Yeah, no, I'll post what I typed. And I'll actually make the item, put it in.
And then we have the medallion.
Put this
Franklin badge.
X-Ball. Alright. This is the Silver Badge of Authority. Requires attunement. It gives a +3 to Charisma, Persuasion, Intimidation, and Deception checks while impersonating a member of authority. If the DC of the check is met, the target of the check's memory is altered to remember a plain figured person based on what they view as a friendly symbol of authority that they recognize. A knight, an officer, a guard, or a clergyman with a plain face. A plain
That would be amazing for Betty.
Oh my god.
Fake badge.
It is a fake badge.
That's true. That would be pretty good for Betty. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, it depends.
I don't want her to hide behind it though, right?
Yeah. Do you think you'll ever use it? Like, do you think you'll go up to someone and be like, "I'm a member of the guard. What are you
no,
doing
Betty's never gonna do that. Hessel should probably have it.
Because I wouldn't mind using it, but
That's what I was saying. Like
I don't think I'll use it very often either because I like being Hessel Blackwater, but I'd probably use it more. Though it's an option. To be fair, it's an item that we could pass between each other.
Yeah. Betty, on the other hand, she doesn't not want to be Betty ever, so
I'll hold on to it for now. But
yeah. I immediately was like, that's like a better
with the way this thing works, you could just be like, "Hey, I'm Betty, the guard," and they'd just remember some bland Aarakocra.
But that's not what I want.
Okay.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
That's fair.
All right, after getting the after finishing identifying, I hand the things back to Hessel. Oh, before you go, I was able to get one more bit of information before the massive fireball. Apparently, their contact out of Bilge Tower or whatever is Lorraine Blackwater. Do you know her? I mean, she's got the same last name as you.
I do know her. Correct. As you might tell, a member of the family. Question is whether or not this is simply allowing smuggling through, or if it is an active participation in this actual organization, this order. I'm unaware.
And you would be more aware than I. Only one way to find out, then.
Only one way to find out. That's right.
Well, several ways to find out, but they all pretty much lead the same direction. Ask a question.
Head to bed. Betty. You
Bed,
have a conversation you need to...
Betty.
Betty, you have a conversation you need to
Betty.
have.
I do.
Betty,
Betty.
what are you saying to your flask, you
I'm
drunkie?
taking the flask out and I'm just gonna talk to it. All right, I'm not gonna do that accent. She'd take it out and she'd shake it. She'd be like, "All right, now we can talk." If you're all right with that, of course.
The form you watch in your blind sight. You watch as a ball of like movement comes out of the flask and stops about 10 feet away from you. Oh, you lead such a exciting life. What was that?
Well, it was a heist gone wrong, and now I really don't know. I just didn't like them at a point. But yeah, there was this box and there was this thing, and there's a whole bunch. You'll get the context if you stick around.
She clasps her hands together. So you're saying Rowan is also...
She'd pull out the dagger that she got nicely put back together.
just the tip of a sword now.
Yep. He's a little tired, I think. Kind of sorta had a bit of an incident, and he did his best, but still kind of got stabbed by a manta ray.
She just begins to laugh, like maniacally. Like, and she looks at the blade and she serves you right.
All right. So what's the deal here?
Oh, what do you know about the continent of Seacrest?
I know my mom's been looking for it, and he'd pull out. Did I take the? No, I put the pirate book back in the library, right?
Yeah.
Like, I rented a book about a week ago, and found out that you guys seem to have some dealings there. Let me see if I can find the frickin' page real quick. Give me a second. Give me the page. I wrote it all down. It's in a different color.
Did I only write this in my non-saved? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I found it. Well, do you want me to go before you find it, or do you want to just find it?
Let me just find it.
Okay.
You know, I'm gonna be honest, Rose. I think you should take this badge,
Yeah?
even if you don't want to actively use it. It's a good get out of jail card
Mm.
for you in case you get caught, and it's like, hey, that's Betty Bluebeak, the pirate, and I'm a guard.
Oh, true. And it's like, no. Oh, yeah.
It's like, no, I'm a guard like you. It's like, oh, okay.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Why are you
that's-
locked?
Because I'm gonna be real. Like, +3 is good, but like the situations that would come up, I'm pretty good at talking myself out of, anyways.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
this
that was
specifically is a pretty good counter to you literally being recognized as
Everywhere.
you. Yeah.
yeah, that was sort of my idea behind. Oh, Betty should. This would be very good for Betty, is because
No, yeah.
And like I said, this is something we could pass between us. So you should take it for now, and maybe you never use it.
Okay.
Who knows? But
So I think someone else should take the Cape of the Montbank because I have I don't think I'm gonna need it.
oh yeah, that's right. I forget we had that.
I think someone else should take it.
Do you happen to have her name? Apparently, when my thing crashed, it reverted to a previous version that doesn't have.
You only gave me Helen. You didn't give me another last name though.
On, so cool.
Cape of the Mount Bank.
No, I never got anything other
Is
than
not
Helen.
attunement.
It's not attunement. But I have so many magic items that I'm like, well, I don't need this one. Someone else can probably use it. There's the book. And the initials were HW, I believe.
That was HR.
It
I
is
mean, was it HR?
yes.
It is HR? Okay. I get W. HK.
HK.
Well,
So I don't
if
really
no
rock
one,
capes. Someone else should take the cape.
if no one's fighting for it, I wouldn't mind it. As a get out of jail card in case I get caught on one of my stealth missions.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
But otherwise, I think Saywin could use it as well. A nice teleport.
Take someone with you.
I have multiple free teleports, so I'm good.
I
I'm
have
not
the
taking any of
+1
the
jab,
teleport stuff just because I have so little spell slots.
Yeah.
It's one unfortunate thing about Warlock. Like, I think as a base class, it's probably my favorite class. It's just you don't get your third spell slot until like level 11.
Yeah.
Right. Apparently, this at some point disappeared.
Uh-oh.
I do remember it being HK too because I remember
HK.
Helen, and then you said, and then I thought Keller. Not, but
Not that. That's really annoying. I had a whole paragraph written for her.
Oh
Shit.
no. Wouldn't be Fables and Flumps without technical difficulties.
Oh, why did you do this to me? First, you clicky mouse in the corner.
So did the clicky mouse like click out of all of your stuff?
Yes,
or
every
was
single thing that I had open on my right screen.
it just clicked
It
out
clicked
of
through
it?
every single one and closed everything that I had on the right hand side of my screen.
That's amazing.
And I was like, oh.
I mean, it's horrible, but that is
Yeah,
is hilarious.
You know how when you like click on something like multiple times, it gets a little like ring pulse around it?
Yes.
It was doing that, but like 30 were on screen at once, and it was like slowing my computer down.
Ooh.
It was clicking so fast. I was like, what is happening?
What is happening? Like, did somebody install like clickjacking malware on your computer?
No, it was just going like it was just pulling all the way into the corner. I unplugged everything that controlled my mouse, and it stopped.
Ugh.
So clearly something
Sounds like
happened. Yeah, like it was like it got stuck. Like while it was scrolling up and to the right for whatever reason.
Oh yeah, I mean, so okay, I believe that like inputs are run in part by task.
Yeah.
So I bet if you got to like just slightly above kernel level in Task Manager, which is not a thing that you can see in default Task Manager, you would probably see that it had been like it had been like stuck cycling.
Yeah.
But anyway, does Betty get anything from Helena?
okay, I sent you what I found in the book. Do you want me to just read it out?
No, I've got it.
Okay. I mean, I'm gonna tell just what do you know? So I'm just gonna give you a. That was the question, right?
Yeah.
What do you know about the continent of Seacrest?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I checked out a book about a week and a half ago, and looking for something more vague about the Gold Runners, but I did get something on Rowan himself. I guessed it had What was it? It was smited because you guys stole something? I'm assuming you're part of this.
She puts her hands over her mouth and she. So that's how history remembers it. Excellent. She. Very well. I should. I'm gonna go off of memory here. I'm gonna see what I remember about what I made, and if I might have to change this later. But yeah, I, along with Rowan and the others who we unfortunately sworn by oath of blood to never be able to reveal, and I have no blood to break the seal, so that's going to be on you to find the others' names. But you know Rowan, so I can speak his name. I am Duchess Helena Knowles, the architect. I helped design the government of Seacrest in early stages. One of the 9 fingers.
Okay.
And we did not steal something. Pirate King Elik Shalspar cursed us, feeling no mortal should ever be able to hold.
Alright, what is this item?
He he stole the key Pelor's vault.
Oh! Okay.
He
I
got
mean, that's
caught in the blast.
so you're saying like it got caught in the blast after the so it's still out there.
I'm sure Pelor got it back after he hurricane punched the entire continent off the face of the earth and under the sea. So I'm sure he got it
Alright.
back.
Yeah, that's a little wicked. That's a lot wicked. Holy shit.
Eric climbed the light itself and found himself somehow within the purview of Pelor and managed to be foolish enough to take the key from an all-knowing, all-seeing God while it was right in front of him. He made it back and then met his judgment. He had about 10 minutes run at the time. We all heard Pelor's voice echo out that everyone involved with the Gold Runner cursed. Never find peace in their plane of any deity that they worshipped, nor find themselves burning in hell.
So like a purgatory of sorts.
Well, of sorts, there is a purgatory, and I think that would have been better. I have been acquainted and accustomed to the scent of the sweaty ass of travelers for 1,500 years or so.
Ooh. Oh no. That's a long time. Uh
She just kind of
Any-
nods slowly, like
hmm.
a little traumatized.
I'm glad you managed to keep your personality.
I don't think we have a choice, dear.
Well,
We're not exactly spirits. We're not quite undead. We're not quite humans, and we quite not normal objects.
I mean, I don't know if this helps or not, but you come up on as undead on the divine sense sensor.
Oh, good, great. Please.
If that,
Oh, sweet
I
paladin.
know identity is important.
Oh, please, sweet paladin or cleric. I don't know what you are, but please banish me. Be done with me. I'm tired of this.
Well, I can't do that.
Oh shit! Great, excellent.
Yeah, no. I don't know. I guess you guys were the original ones, but by the way, big fan, big fan. What we had this whole second movement coming in, so there's Gold Runners are well and alive. We're just not the same ones as you guys are.
That can't possibly be true, but
I mean, she'd take out her ring.
it's like, oh, runs her fingers through her hair and sort of fluffs it out.
I had a brand too, but again, had an issue with some
You
members.
had a brand. You branded yourself for that man. What?
I mean, not for the man, for the situation, the piracy, everything like that. I frankly wasn't even really taught that much about him. It's more about the concept, the duties, the
But
laws of it.
everything that not Eric himself stood for.
I mean, probably.
He started out as a good man, but he liked to push things a little far, and climbing into the anus of Pelor and getting smited for it is all he deserves, honestly.
I can't say that. Yeah, that's kind of shit. I'm dumbass, but I wouldn't do that. Have some amount of self-preservation. But yeah, that's boy, that's something, isn't it? My mother's been looking for this place for a long time. Seacrest, that is.
Well, unfortunately for you, I couldn't tell you where it is because, from my perspective, you're just a glowing blue bird in an empty space. You're the first creature that I've actually seen since I was captured.
Okay, that's cool. At least you know I'm a bird.
What are you, by the way? I don't recognize
I'm a Aarakocra.
an Aarakocra.
Yeah.
I will put that to memory. I don't know what an Aarakocra is, but I'm assuming it's bird.
Wait, it's something to do with the elemental planes and something, and there's a weird crossover. I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention.
Just like unfortunately, I'm not very versed in planar
like
travel. I am.
A moon exploded like 30 years ago and kind of changed everything.
Wait,
and I don't
no,
really
please don't. I don't want to know more about this place. I want to do whatever it is I need to do to be pulled out of this thing, and then shoved back into whatever hole I need to be to go die.
All right, I will help you with that. The best I can.
I am glad that I can see something again. Unfortunate that it is a blue bird. I feel like I've lost my marbles, but you know,
I mean, I don't know how to
I'm willing to
help
help with my knowledge and my. I don't have hands, so I can't be an architect anymore. That's great. I can describe things, and if you're really good at imagining, maybe you can copy down my genius.
I mean, I can probably draw it a little bit. We can work through that. Can you like, I don't know, can ghosts possess people? Is that a thing?
Ghosts can. I'm not a ghost.
Alright, if I drink out of you, can I do that?
I don't want to
I mean,
answer
that's how I got in
that.
contact with you to begin with, so I'm wondering if that's something.
Why don't you drink the rest of the contents of that, then go night night? Because I don't know how to help. I'm telling you, several people have drunk from this flask since it existed. You're the
Alright.
first person I've been able to come into contact with, which should say something about your connection to Gold Run. However, I'm
Wait.
stuck. So,
Wait a minute.
if you have any grand ideas or know of somebody who's really, really, really good about pulling little tiny specks of soul out of ice.
I mean, I know a cleric. I don't know how good she is, but I know a cleric.
Probably not just a regular cleric, because I don't think I'm actually undead. But,
I mean, do you want to talk about it in the morning with her? Because that might be helpful. I know an Eldrin too. I don't know if that's helpful.
I don't know what an Eldrin is. Sorry.
I barely know what an Eldrin is.
But if an Eldrin can manifest me and then banish me to be dead finally, then yes, excellent. If not, how can I help?
All right. You know what? We'll talk in the morning. We're gonna be going on a long road trip. Actually, we got an idea. She'd kind of put the flask down and she'd think for a second. We're gonna go see a friend real quick.
Whatever
And
works.
he's gonna head out to Herschel because he's still in town. And it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, whatever. But like,
Oh boy.
All right.
this is important. So
you head back to relatively close to the crime scene. To go back to the cranky werewolf.
I mean, nobody saw us go, so it's not.
You're right, but you know,
Be guards, I guess, right?
there are
That would be
guards.
How much money do I have on me? I'm going to one of those dumb win things.
I'll say this. Make me an intelligence check.
Intelligent. Please roll once. 14.
14. Herschel is a pretty top-notch paladin. You know this. However, you don't think that he knows much about the ways recoalescing a soul. I'll give you. You can choose to make your moves from there, but before you put yourself in danger.
Yeah.
That whole area is on high alert.
Mm.
I feel like we'll be stuck probably for
Jehesta.
several sessions if Betty gets put in prison.
Yeah.
She kind of grit her teeth and she's like,
Get her beak.
grit her beak. Yeah, I have a beak. I have a beak. She's gonna grit her teeth and be like, her beak, and she'd be like, all right, I guess we're just gonna have to ask Mom when we get into town.
Sure. I'll be in the flask if you need
Well, I
to.
mean, if you have any stories or anything, that's fine. Like, keep me entertained, you know?
I'm just going to conserve my energy. Talking is a lot.
Alright, well, again, sucks that you've been condemned to a fucking flask, but, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. I'm glad I can see you.
Yeah. Oh, and I don't know if I gave you my name. I'm Betty.
I picked that up.
Okay,
Um,
Betty.
I can always hear. Well, I guess, and I can see you while I'm in the flask. So I can always hear and see. So if you need to ask me anything, please don't hesitate to ask. If you find somebody who's touting banishments or whatever, please direct me to them.
All right, can do. I'll put you in the bag with Rowan so you two can bump into each other or whatever. I don't know.
Oh, excellent. Hope he's just as smelly as he was.
I mean, he's a piece of metal, so I don't know how he smells, but you know.
I'm just hoping. Just hoping.
All right. You seem like you have some issues. You want to work out? I'll leave you to it.
A lot of resentment.
Understood. All right, she's gonna put her back in the bag. She's gonna go to bed.
Yeah.
Yep.
You will, nice long rest. Lovely
Yeah.
long rest.
I can press the button.
That's
Uh-oh.
Okay, I pressed my button already,
That's
so I hope
fine.
nothing happens.
Can't take it back.
As you're trying to fall asleep, you, for some reason, have this sensation you've never had before. All of the nicks and cuts on your body, the scar tissue you've time you skinned your knee did, and it quite heal right. And your eyes closed, you can sense all of them, all of these strange differences, like almost as if you have a perfect recollection of where all of your skin is, and it's strange.
That is strange. You're right.
Gross.
You feel your body begin to break down the scar tissue, rapidly heal cuts from battles. Strange sensation. Feel like it's tied to new bones.
Oh.
Okay. Huh.
You wake up with this strange seventh sense yourself.
That is an odd feeling. I wonder how useful it might be.
Yeah, you get up and there's a mirror in the in your room. You look at it and any pores or any blemishes, scars seem to have faded in the night. They're not quite fully gone, but your skin feels.
All right. What happens next, I wonder? Now get ready for the day.
All right.
Is it a sensation that stays with me, or
Yes.
is that like a okay?
Ugh.
That's what I'm wondering.
Like the fresh sea breeze hits you, and you can feel every single one of your like, hairs on your body move. Breeze. But like in a way too acute sense. It's like all of your body is your fingertips now.
It just sounds like it'd be gross.
As someone who experiences hypersensitivity, approximately, yeah, it doesn't feel great.
But yeah. Oh.
I'm wondering like how in tune I am. I wonder if I like would I notice the second I digested poison, for example? I wonder.
Who knows? You'll have to
I
find
mean,
out.
I can try it.
Yeah,
I'll
the
eat
only
some
way to
poison.
know is to digest poison.
Is there a pufferfish around?
Just take a bite out of a pufferfish like an apple and see what happens.
Probably anaphylaxis.
Yep.
Yeah. You get ready for the day.
The sensation sort of fades. The background. It's ever present. Yeah. It will wake up early in the morning. Dragonborn captain is waiting for you outside of the, or excuse me, in the inn when you all.
Morning, everyone. I don't think there's any last minute business for us to attend to, is there?
Stop talking so loud.
Yeah, how hungover is each of us?
You three are fine. Willow is the only one that's.
He kind of raised his voice.
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that a problem?
Yeah. Saywin and Betty, you need like an extra glass of water in the morning, because you absolutely feel like you're a little bit of a cottonmouth sponge.
Oh well.
You've dried out a bit, but yeah, Willow unfortunately the most dehydrated possibly be. She's hungover, has a raging headache, sunlight sensitivity, the whole 9 yards. Getting caboodle. There's
Still
not
better
much-
than it's still better than vomiting, that's for sure.
Who knows? We might get to that point, but
Oh, I hope not.
I mean, we're going on the road in a wagon. We probably will.
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't imagine what it would feel to be hungover with my new senses.
Oh, yeah, I would desummon and resummon Crest because he can't, or he didn't take any hit point damage, did he?
no.
Oh, he's fine. Okay, never mind.
Can he not heal?
No.
Is that true?
Yeah. He can't rest. So
Huh.
that's
I didn't know that.
that's the balancing for Fine Steed. They can't rest, so anything that's like once a day or during their they get it one time until you resummon them.
I mean, I will willingly change that rule if you want to, but you know.
No. I need to keep you in check with balances because allowed to pick a lot more with the spell than,
That's
than
true, yeah.
intended, so I think it matches.
Yeah. I go and see if Crest stole anything.
No, Chris did not steal.
Shit.
No one got close enough to the.
They're all terrified of him.
You know what? That makes sense.
Yeah. All right, we're heading out.
Who's got the bag of holding with the the money?
Kessel does.
I do. I have
That's
all the
what-
money.
for
Do you need
so.
some?
No, we owe them the 300.
Oh, have we not done that already? Gotcha.
No, we have.
Oh, 300. I'll be plenty pleased with that. Captain Nasius.
Does someone else have that document open?
I do not.
If not, I will open it right now.
I thought we were
What, the shared inventory? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think y'all subtracted it, but y'all have not seen Captain Nasius.
Yeah,
since.
I calculated it with subtraction. So like we have the 5,641, and then the whatever percent it was, I think it was like 5%.
Okay, so it's the plus 300 to the caravan. So the caravan's got what they needed.
Yeah, the caravan gets 90 or not 90 platinum, 30 platinum, and
Gotcha,
and
gotcha.
yep.
Brendan, what is that gift?
I attempted to type Wargle Margle into the
Okay.
What?
into the messages,
What?
and I accidentally typed it in the GIF line, and that was the first thing I said. You know what?
I'm going to assume that it's in your DMs.
Yeah.
It is. I was just I had to ask.
She asked me to make
I
something.
don't want to see what the fuck this is.
Are you sure? Yeah. I just.
Yeah,
This is
put it
a-
in not D&D.
Yeah.
It didn't make sense in the
It
context.
didn't make sense in context. So, you know, it just made me laugh.
Oh, okay. So for those of you who aren't members of our private Discord, which no one is, the term wargle bargle entered into the GIF returns a video of a husky blowing bubbles with its nose into a water dish.
Like, I'm not upset by this. I think it's adorable, but I just needed to question why it was there.
No,
It's Wargle
it's
Bargle.
cute.
I was.
Exactly,
Wargle
wargle
I
bargle.
was. I
I remember when my puppy used to
agreeing
do
yet
that.
protesting to making things.
Yeah. Well, now you've got Wargle Bargle.
Good word. So Wargle Bargle.
Is
I remember when my dog used to do that. It was very cute.
It's always very cute.
is what's his face? Aston Wallace there, the rifleman?
No.
Fuck.
It's just the captain. She's sitting
Okay.
there with a large stack of waffles and a cup of what looks like some sort of morning tea.
Oh shit! I want waffles. How much are waffles? How much for the waffles?
The hang on, let me see. Turi, the red-haired dwarven lady. She's like, "What? Are you daft, but you've been here for 2 days. Breakfast is free. Have you not been
What
eating
happened
breakfast?
We went out drinking. All right.
Last night? Not the day before.
Look, Betty's just gonna get up and get waffles. She's just gonna leave the conversation.
You have to. Where are you go? She walked into a closet. She has to ask me for waffles.
Betty come back about 15 seconds later.
With a bucket on her foot.
Oh,
Do you
dear.
want some? Are you okay? Do you want some waffles, dear?
She just nod.
Does anyone else at your table want waffles?
Saywin will nod.
You give her back
Okay.
the bucket.
The breakfast is free, okay, dear? She pats you on the shoulder. If you stay the
Oh.
night, the breakfast is free. Dinner's a different tale. It's okay. I'm going to go get your clearly very still drunk friends some waffles and a plate of bacon and some juice, I guess, because my goodness.
All right, thank you.
She turns around and walks to the kitchen. You hear her talking to the chefs.
Hey, so we also have to settle up here.
Haven't we been paying as we
I
rested for
don't.
the
I
night?
don't think we did.
No.
I think
But
we paid for the
we-
first night and then
You'll
not.
you'll
and
pay
then we
for
paid for the second night.
Oh, we did. Okay. So then,
I
yeah.
guess this is a third night though. So
Yeah.
we need to
Yeah.
pay again.
I also think we need to pay for the food and stuff too, right?
No, because the
We're
food
paying for the
comes with
food.
that.
I think we were supposed to square away the board after we left.
y'all paid for the first night and for the first meal. You did not pay for dinner or the second or third night staying here. You do have a tab.
Okay. How much does that tab go to?
Moment it is 18 gold.
That's unacceptable. That's fine.
Well, this is a pretty high-end establishment. Very nice rooms.
I feel bad about leaving a fish skeleton in the trash can.
It's fine. It's not the weirdest thing to find in a skeleton.
What?
Find in a room. It's also weird to find it in a skeleton, but you know. Hey guys, did you tell I'm exhausted from the week?
Oh well.
Well, at the very least, we're getting some great comedy out of this session.
Yep.
Yeah. So do we leave?
You square up your tab, I'm assuming, and then yeah, the from what I have written down, you had marked the gold off but hadn't given it to her. Give her the gold. She happily accepts it. You all eat breakfast, unless you want to do anything else. We'll make our way back to the now empty caravan.
Yeah, I think we're ready to
Yay!
get moving.
Once we get there, I am gonna talk to Mr. Rifleman.
Okay. You'll get there without any issue. The horses are all squared away and tied up and ready to head out. You'll exit through the verdant gate. Find yourself with the caravan, all of its guards.
All right, Aston.
Yes, what can I do for you?
Well, you know how we were talking about you possibly teaching me how to use a gun if I somehow acquired a gun?
Yes. Did you happen to procure a gun while you were in Bethesda?
Brand, she pulled out her shotgun.
Shotgun.
I mean, I know you're a rifleman, but they're big, right? They're kind of.
I am accustomed to many a firearm. After really looking at the stat block that the DM made, I realized he isn't just a fucking gunslinger, so he can probably teach any firearm.
I mean, that Willow also gets the comfort gun lessons.
If she
Yeah.
has enough bullets.
I have I have 20, so
You could probably do like a day's worth of training.
yeah, I'm not going to be doing that. I will
Okay.
be saving my bullets.
Okay.
But yes, we found a gun. I mean, I bought a gun, didn't point it. But you know what I mean. We'll pay you for
damn it,
services
man.
I did as well. Did that come through, or was it too low?
No, I heard you. I'm just fucking laughing at what Mad put. I'm assuming my laughs just weren't picked up by my mic.
No,
Yeah,
they weren't.
your last, you were dead silent. But
Alright.
I'm glad that you found it funny, as funny as I did.
Where did she put? Where? What?
No,
She
it's
said-
in DMs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
You might find out about it.
yeah, he's like, I can certainly attempt to train you. I can't guarantee you'll be fully done with training by the time we get back, but I might be able to give you the basics.
I
Probably.
mean, that's really all I'm asking for. I just need an idea of how to use it.
So for training, it's 25 gold pieces a day
Mm-hmm.
and at least 20 rounds of ammunition.
Oh God, really? Oh, I would have bought more if I known that.
You can say you bought more if you really.
You said
If you
25
have the
gold
money
pieces a day?
for it.
How long are we gonna be on the road for?
At least 6 days.
Okay, so I get 6 days in, so it's 150, right?
Yeah.
And then so 20 a day, so that would be 120 rounds.
But yeah, 20 shotgun shells a day. 120.
And how much were the rounds again? They were like 10 for a gold,
Yeah.
I think it was. Or 1 for 10 gold, I don't remember.
No, it was not 1 for 10. Have this. 3 for a gold.
3 for a gold, okay. I need 120, I have 50, right? Three for a gold?
Yep. Because you bought 30 rounds for.
So that would be 60 rounds for 20, right?
Yeah.
So 120 rounds for 40.
40.
I can do that. I'll just do the 40 plus the 50 I already have. And then I still have enough to pay him for the days. So
Okay.
yeah, we can do it. It'll be a lot of money, but I really want this.
Yeah. It's expensive, but you know, I think it'll be worth it.
Yeah.
I'll let you play the way you want to. It's just it has to be a little balanced, unless you want to take a couple levels in fighter.
I don't want to do that. So
Okay, yeah. 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 Willow climbs atop the nearest the nearest. Damn it. Willow climbs atop the nearest caravan and just lays down and stretches out and becomes a carpet of moss across the top. That is,
And that is what Brandon was laughing about.
yes.
Okay.
I just love the visual of just being like, not today. Blair.
Yeah, I like to think that she basically climbs up to the top, like flops face down, and just becomes moss.
Yeah. Oh, what a dream. I don't want to exist anymore. Becomes moss. Alright. Since this is the second time you'll be traveling through an area, the rules are a little bit different.
Oh dear.
Oh,
You have a chance to save yourselves. So, before oh God, doing that, go drive, pull thing, no, not see. My forest travel. There we go. Excellente. Alright. Before you roll your D100, that D20 y'all were rolling to determine whether your what order you'd be in. If you roll if you roll above a 12, so 13 and higher, you are put in that order, but you don't have to roll a D100.
Oh.
It's just safe travels.
Ooh, nice.
So if y'all continuously roll low,
I'll let you
with
know
that,
right now. I'm never going to do that.
I know Tweak will never do that.
that's fine. Yeah, you can choose to roll a D100.
Tweak will never do that, and I will never roll above an 11.
And also, man, the D100s are fun.
D100s
I guess it
are
depends
fun.
on how deep
How
into the
bad we
session we
are.
are. Where it's like, you know what, let's move to the next one.
Yep.
We'll just do a couple. I'm gonna grab some water fast.
Whoa.
But while I grab some water, I need all four. Roll a D20.
Yay.
oh, well, guess what?
Three!
Well,
So we have definitely 3 D100 rolls.
well, you said a 12, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Look at Alex's roll.
Yeah. Well, I think you and Alex rolled a 10 and a 3. Me and Tweak rolled a 15
Yeah,
and a
but
15.
Tweak will never take the option.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Okay. Shit.
Yeah.
We just had this conversation. This is going well. Learning to gun so expensive.
What?
I said, why is learning to gun so expensive?
Because basically everything that you do ends up as a tithe back to my character from campaign 1.
Yes.
And that's not a joke. For
Nope.
context of the stream, that is 100% legitimate.
Cora's not the only person who makes guns.
Well, yeah, I know, but Cora popularized guns and also introduced methods for mass production. So he's basically the Gerald R. Ford of or no, Henry Ford. Gerald R. Ford was the president. Henry Ford of guns in Terrassa.
So Hessel, you can choose to have us be safe, or you can roll.
No, he's rolling. We all know he's rolling.
well, this works out because the first sort of section of the first day is always safe because you're within the bounds of the city. Luckily, okay. And then Hessel's roll comes, which y'all have already rolled, so and it's a unique encounter. So
Shit. Oh wait, no, that's good.
yeah, that's
We've
good.
already rolled it.
Yep.
That means it's just calm.
It is a green line and it is safe. So
Was that the dragon?
that was not the dragon. He burned a path.
Oh, okay.
Which was very cool. That was
Which was another thing that Hessel rolled.
I mean, we could do it again. That'd be fun.
No, it only happens. Only happens once every 10 years. So
Well, I guess we'll have to come back here in 10 years when we're all
Alright.
level 34 or whatever.
fortunately, the other two didn't roll well. So Saywin, I need you to roll a d1.
Well, can I roll a D100?
I mean, yeah, if you
9.
want to. All right, fine.
You know what? She just rolled a 9. I'm gonna skip this one.
Okay.
I'm amazed I rolled a 9.
All right, we got a weird one.
oh
Ooh,
boy.
yay. I like weird ones.
All right. As you all are re-entering the forest, you see a strange-looking, sort of wide-mouthed older lady sitting besides the road. A small, beat-up-looking stand. That's what I put it. Like
Like a kiosk?
like a kiosk. She's got about 5 spits behind her, like to turn food.
Oh.
She's just got she's sitting there happily smiling and turning roasted rats, frogs, and squirrels on sticks. Pass by. Fresh roasted rats, fresh roasted frogs, squirrels on a stick. We've got 'em all.
Means a disease, right?
You are.
How much is it?
You're not immune to curses,
5
and that's
copper.
the witchiest witch I've ever seen.
5 copper for a frog or a rat. A silver piece for one of these deliciously roasted squirrels.
I'm gonna give her a silver and take a squirrel because I don't have any copper.
Alright. You take the squirrel on a stick. It's skinned all the way like across. Like the eyes have been removed. You know, the arms and legs have been cut off, and it's just a roasted squirrel on a stick, and its tail is still there, like
Nice.
still on it, but it's like a little like curled and destroyed by being that close to the fire for that long.
I'm going to eat it.
I was like, you enjoy it, dearie. All right,
Fine.
take a bite. Oh, it's weirdly delicious.
Nice. Alright, that shit's good, thank you.
Not a problem. You have a wonderful day. Safe travels.
While Betty's over there, I'm gonna reach into my coat, pull out the paper I was handed about the hag, unfurl it, and see if there's a drawing.
Yeah, there is a drawing.
Does it look like her?
Maybe vaguely. Not super, but as you read on, the description describes the hag.
The location?
Hag in question. The location is nowhere near here. It's much
Yeah.
further up into the mountains. But,
Not all people who roast squirrels are evil.
this woman's about 4'4" at most. Like got like a pretty hunched back from old age. The hag in question's at least 8 feet.
All right. All right.
Safe travels and bon voyage, goodbye. And then she
Betty would
just
wave off. She's eating it on the stick.
you're good.
I have nothing to lose.
The meat is as tender as it can be for a squirrel.
Nice.
It's, nicely seasoned.
I offer some to others in the caravan.
And the belly that has been removed is full of mashed potatoes.
Ooh. Never mind. I keep that shit to myself.
Weird.
It's weird, but it sounds very tasty.
It does.
I mean, it sounds like something my ancestors would have eaten.
Them squirrels eatins.
No, apparently, when my mom was growing up, one of their neighbors, like would hunt squirrels and put it in the freezer.
Oh yeah, you know, I had neighbors that also hunted squirrels.
And my mom does have a cookbook that has a recipe for squirrel gravy.
All right, next one.
Yep. All right. I need you to roll me a D100.
Oh Lord.
4 flavors. Well, something uncharacteristic. Never mind.
22. Uncharacteristically good. No, what happens?
Let's find out. Oh. Oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
Dragon. You just turn around. I got another one.
Okay. You are not in the correct area. So you all made it.
You dodged a bullet.
Unfortunately, because that's a pretty good one, but
Maybe later.
Yeah, we'll just roll it again. That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad
uh-huh.
nothing terrible happened.
More
Okay.
d20s?
Yep, 40-20.
Ooh.
Yes!
It's a natural one.
Does that mean she has to roll 2d100?
No.
Can it be?
No. Alright. So only one required, but you can roll if you want to. On your turn.
Tweak.
Willow,
do you want to go first?
Do you want daytime or nighttime roll?
I'll do daytime.
Okay, then I'll do nighttime. Because I'm definitely rolling, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm also rolling. It's sort of like the deck of wondrous things from last campaign, where it's like I hate that I'm rolling, but I also like.
I also feel like we're too early into the trip to skip.
And also, it's a no consequences gambling addiction. It's like I will not gamble in real life, but this has no real life repercussions. So
Roll me a
I'm
1d100.
No. So say we'll start with Saywin. Are you rolling or no?
See, I kind of want to just move things along, so I think pass.
Okay.
Okay.
Cecil, you doing day or night? I don't know what you.
I'm doing day.
Okay.
So
Yeah, D100 if you wish.
I do wish.
Day and night.
75.
Hey, That doesn't mean shit.
That means nothing.
As you're heading back, you noticed it before that there were some odd colorations in the trees. Fall was coming.
Hmm.
But as you head back towards second day, crossing the as you're crossing the bridge onto that other side, it looks like the strange coloration has spread. Magenta, azure, and puce trees color the forest.
Say puce?
Puce.
No.
why? Why that reaction?
Nothing ever. Anything positive is ever coming to puce.
Yeah. Well, you're
Oh,
sort of correct.
what this being day 2 and Willow is neither hungover nor moss, currently.
Mhm.
Can I try and make a nature check to see if know anything about these plants? If I can glean anything?
Sure. Roll me a nature check.
All right.
Yeah, if we get to combat at any point, I think I'll
God
call
damn it! I rolled a 9, so 16.
I mean, 16 is pretty good, and you're
Yeah, but I wanted to roll high.
you're from the Feywild, so that helps you.
Yay!
um, yeah, as you begin studying these, this is a symptom of, from what you remember, a it's not really, outright bad, but it is something called wild rot. It changes the colors of the trees, and they become these like fantastical rainbow colors. But essentially, it makes the trees super not good for their normal uses. So, like, these trees will never drop usable acorns again, and birds stay away from them, and sort of are big attractors of fairies and little impish fey folk, like quicklings and things like that.
Yeah.
They they're beautiful, but they like stink, and they're you know they smell like rotten wood. But they'll grow naturally, and they'll continue to grow. They just won't ever
They're like
produce seedlings or saplings or
they're like undead trees.
sorta, yeah. They'll just spread. Um, Something's done about them. Usually they carve out sections, or the trees move themselves away from these trees. But we are not in the Feywild. Not all the trees can move out as they wish after time.
I could lob a fireball in there.
Up to you. Do
Yeah, I'll hit some of the wild rot trees with a fireball.
you just look into the forest and just point a finger and.
Yeah, I look sort of like where the thickest bunch of them are, and
Yeah, and
send it
they
off
go
that.
up fast. They're dry. They no longer produce sap. So they just go. It's like a sickly sweet smell. Like Captain sort of looks over at you. What are you doing?
I'm fixing a problem.
Is there like an enemy or?
Oh no. It wild rot. The forest was gonna slowly become completely useless and probably infested with fairies.
Huh.
And now it'll slowly catch on fire
No, that will
and become
go out.
infested with ash.
No, it'll go out. It will end sooner than the wild rot would have.
That's true. It definitely burns down quicker than something spreads. We'll just see how far it burns.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna rain and put out the fire like within a day because we're in a fucking jungle area.
Everything
We'll
here
hope.
is pretty moist except for the
Wild rot
trees. Yeah.
Well, what?
Wow wow.
Wawa.
Well, what?
Wow wow. Alright.
What?
When
But-
did we end up at a gas station in New Jersey?
Alright.
Essel.
That has been solved. Yeah.
I've done everyone a service. You're welcome.
You've saved
Ranger
the
Willow.
day. Great googly moogly. That's all.
All right. 89.
89.
Are watching you.
Machine.
No.
Okay. Okay. You all, as you sit in the night with the distant blaze beginning to die down from Willow's fireball. As you all are sitting encamped, an owl perches down trees, and another, and another.
They're coming.
10, 20, 100, roughly
Oh, Jesus.
300 owls. The course of about 10 minutes.
Harry Potter, you have been invited.
Let me find something.
The fuck?
That's an owl every 2 seconds.
Yes. Well, the second half comes in less than like, the
Which one
last
of
2
you
minutes.
have been tearing up your letter?
God damn it.
You're doing this to us. Stop it.
The entire ground is just owl poop.
Everything is owl.
I mean, owl poop's not that bad because it's just pellets.
That's true.
That's what they want you to think.
But what about
I mean,
owl
that's what they are. I actually can owls actually poop? Because I thought they vomited the pellets.
They do, I think.
owl poop?
I'm googling it right now.
That's in your search history forever.
It's not the worst thing in my
It
search
is
history.
watery and predominantly white, although it can be black and white.
So it's like normal bird
It's like
poop,
normal
and then
bird
they
poop.
also pick up the bones. Okay.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I think because the pee and the poo for birds are kind of the same thing, so. Where does the P go? If the P
Anyway,
goes
why
no.
are there 300 owls here?
I'm trying to find the thing.
Why are there 300 owls? Rich is like, I don't know.
I do know. I just
They're just vibing.
Did y'all watch the footage for the game?
Yeah. Looks good.
No.
It looks so sick.
I hope it's as good as they
Combat was like also like very Dark Soulsy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
It
a
looked
shame that J.K. Rowling is using the attention of the game to be a turf again.
yeah.
Let's
She
all
does that,
get
though.
political on the D&D stream.
I don't think that counts as political. I think
No,
that
it's
counts
just a
as
good
human
statement,
rights.
but you know.
I will have to find it later, the actual stat block. But as these owls land, the last one to land that finds its perch higher up in the trees than the rest of them looks down upon you. Who was the one who set the fire?
So we hear this in common?
Yes.
Nice.
Well, as luck would have it, if you would fly on down the road that way, there was a strange man that seems to have been I describe the guy that we ran into that came from a different place.
Oh.
Yeah.
The Parliament of Owls watched your group, set the fire. Who?
Well, then why would you ask
was
me
it?
this question?
We don't know who did it. Who?
It was me.
Also, what did you say? Parliament
Ooh,
of Owls?
That's
Yeah, that is
Yep.
the name of a group of owls, is a parliament.
The owl.
That's stupid.
I don't take it up with me. Take it up with whoever wrote the taxonomy for owls.
I need to know if the owls are angry or not.
The owl.
We're gonna find out.
The owl flies down to be right next to you, Willow. Thank you for attempting to deal with the problem. Solved it for us. Great speed. Delicacy.
I was a little worried it would spread over much, but the plague of the wild rot is not so easily handled when the trees cannot move themselves.
Which is why we were called the Parliament together to deal with such terrible dealings.
Is Manu here? Is Manu seeing this shit?
Manu is in his pocket dimension where he has been for some time.
Which, well,
So
you
sad.
say that, and then Manu appears on your shoulder.
You gremlin.
Dude, this Parliament of Owls thing has a weird history.
Don't know how to.
Go
It
on.
originated in the Chronicles of Narnia.
Oh, did it really?
Did it really?
Yeah,
So
and
then
it-
don't take it up with me, take it up with C.S. Lewis.
and he only said that like as a reference to the Parliament of Fowls, which is a poem by Chaucer.
Interesting.
I'm
mean,
less upset, but more upset.
C.S. Lewis and Chaucer. You have your answer, folks. Now, who
Where'd
named
you
it
go?
an unkindness of ravens, though?
Someone who really didn't like ravens.
Yeah, apparently.
Someone who was wronged.
Someone who was wronged substantially by the ravens.
Ah, you are already a part of the parliament then.
Oh yes, Manu's just been my companion for a little while here. Bit of a monster, but
the,
doesn't always listen.
the large owl sort of floofs up and leans its forehead forward and presses it against Manu's. May that help. Future endeavor. Debt is paid. Have a good night. And they begin to
Farewell.
fade away into the darkness. Captain Nessie goes, I don't know if I want to thank you or be worried that your existence brings so many strange encounters.
So that is weird then.
Oh,
Yeah, it's fucking
absolutely.
weird.
I didn't know there were any owls that could speak.
It's not strange. Manu's practically sapient.
Practically and actually are slightly different.
That's true.
I mean, Crest is, and he's a,
A magical construct, yeah. That tends to happen with magic.
she'd pet Crest. Anyways.
But this allows you to whenever I find the actual stat block that seems to have disappeared off the face of existence, allows you to summon Manu in a slightly different
Ooh.
Manu!
Manu!
Manu.
Manu gets an upgrade.
Manu's been shoved into the pocket dimension.
No, Manu gets to stay out for the remainder of the trip. I keep him in the pocket dimension in cities because I don't want him flying into a window
You can just
or
resummon!
trying to steal someone's food and getting hit with a broom. He's got 3 hit points.
Listen, that's pretty good for an owl.
Yep,
I
that's
roll
as
my
many
1d100?
hit points you could possibly have.
I'm rolling my 1d100. 27.
27. Next bit of the night. Find out if anything strange or unsavory happens.
Owls.
27. Oh no.
Oh no. Is this one of those moments where we might have to call the session?
We will, yeah. I'll set this up and then we will. Roll me a d10. Por favor.
Oh no.
Por favor.
No! Did you seriously?
Por favor.
Did you really
Mean.
just roll on the kaiju table?
It's either a kaiju or an ambush.
9.
Can't remember what the last
Lucy.
dragon
Actually,
was.
kaiju's D6. So.
No, they're both d10s now.
Oh, they're both D10? Okay.
Yeah. You begin as the second shift of rest begins. You begin to hear the sounds of the sounds of a woman screaming, but like her mouth is full of food.
Alright.
Odd way to describe it.
A deep bellowing feminine voice, but definitely more on the deeper end of voices, but just begins
God.
to echo through the woods, and you see slamming into a small tree and knocking it onto the path this 10-foot tall uh, troll covered with these fleshy orbs of glowing green mucus. The best way to put it. Comes running out as you see this 15-foot tall strange tripod-like creature attempting to scratch and gouge at the back of the troll. Hey, let me pull up a picture so I can give you a better description of the other one, because it's a little more hard to generally describe. Good. No, that is what I want. No, I don't want. Yes. Yeah, you see this a creature with 3 feet that looks odd and sort of demonic. The legs come out of the top of its hanging body. It has a central glowing red eye with 3 pincers coming out of it. It's chasing after this venom troll and trying to eat her. But they stop in the middle of the road and begin to attempt to square off.
Oh dear.
And that's what we'll come back to next time. Here, I'll just post an image of the creature that I'm describing, so you can. I'm describing.
Imagining, like, I know this isn't right, but I'm imagining one of the aliens from War of the Worlds.
Kinda is what I thought. Oh, yeah.
My first thought was the tripod.
It's sort of like a cross
Apple
between a
too.
cricket and GLaDOS.
That's horrifying! What is that?
You don't know.
It's awful.
It's a creature so rare that searching its name even with D&D in the name does not pull it up.
Wow.
Yeah. Also,
That's
this is
wild.
this is the woman that is being chased.
Oh, yay. Trolls.
Trolls, glorious trolls, stinky.
Alrighty, so I guess
Well,
next
that's
time
interesting.
Yeah, we'll
next time on Dragon Ball Z.
we'll have some fun next time. If see who wins this contest of disgusting.
Ugh.
She's asking for help, so I'm kind of inclined to help her.
What, the troll?
The
Yeah.
troll is asking for help. Yeah.
The troll is asking for help.
Troll's
Typically,
also a
trolls
troll.
don't do that.
We can debate ethics on the week.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful place to wrap up. We made it. You made it halfway back already, so that's pretty good.
we did.
Hey.
Yeah,
No, less than halfway back because this is the end of day 2, so it's only the 24th.
Yeah.
So we've got
We made it a third of the
until,
way back.
yeah, we've got until at least the 29th. So I think we've still got some time.
Brandon's like, they keep rolling.
Listen, I'm glad y'all like it. I wanted to give the option so that, if y'all hate it, you can skip it at least a little bit. But I guess I did a decent job of making the sheet.
Well,
I
here's
mean,
the thing
I
is,
just want to get item 58. So
No, get it. Hopefully, I
Or
didn't
somebody
switch
gets
things
it.
around. Switch them around.
no,
Who knows?
don't do that.
I just skipped because I'm excited about the boat.
That is true. I also do want to get back to the boat because I'm ready for boat times.
Boat time.
I'm worried about Janaya, so that's my concern.
I don't think you have to be worried about Janaya because he's blind.
Yeah, but if he's blind and also has a weird religious calling, we should probably investigate that.
Well,
That's
I'm
how
pretty
you
sure
become a
they
prophet.
don't because Saywin doesn't. They had people on the ship that weren't them.
Yeah, but he was on a transceiver. He was getting instructions.
Well, I mean, now that we have
I
more
think he did.
information,
You're
we can
right.
interrogate.
No? But all these things will be for the future. Yeah. Continue our campaign, our lovely homebrew campaign, next week, Saturday. Time, same place, 8 p.m. Central, blah, 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 the other times. I'll be posting this onto the VOD channel on YouTube.
Hopefully the VOD works this week.
My-
Hopefully next week we don't have tech difficulties.
It was fine. We got it all worked out.
It worked eventually.
No, it was actually, honestly, it was kind of easier to do it that way.
No.
Because it just uploaded it and it didn't fight me, so it might have just been, a stroke of luck. But it may.
Anyway, good
Y'all
night.
have a wonderful night, and see you next time.
Good night.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Let me know when we're off.